Senate Chamber. Signed. 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 Senate Chamber. signed, Senate chamber, 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 signed, Senate Chamber. Signed. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound.
Should be us now, Chair.
Okay. So, members, welcome to the 48th meeting of the Committee for Finance in the 2022 to 27 mandate. As always, the meeting is broadcast online and throughout Parliament buildings. If you're here, if you're with us in the Senate chamber, either put your phone on mute or airplane mode. We have apologies. We don't have apologies, I should say, but we do have a couple of members, Gemma and Deirdre, joining us remotely via Zoom. We also have Jerry, Steve and Philip Brett will be joining us a little bit late. We are obviously starting slightly earlier today. So first agenda item is, the next agenda item after that is declaration of interests. Members, you're obviously obliged to declare any interests at the beginning of any meeting. Does anyone have an interest they wish to declare?
Thank you.
No. Okay, in that case we'll move on. Agenda item 3 is chairperson's business. So the first agenda item is really to talk about the Balmoral show. We obviously did a kind of unique committee meeting, which wasn't a formal hearing or meeting last week, but we had made use of the Assembly's facilities at Balmoral. We engaged with the public on our banking and financial services inquiry. I had a number of useful conversations with members of the public, obviously, particularly but not exclusively people involved in agriculture, to talk about accessing financial services, and I think it was a really useful day. So thanks to the team for facilitating that. And I don't know if anybody else wishes to reflect on it. Deputy Chair, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and just want to say a huge thanks to the committee staff for setting it up. It was really well organised, really good to have the opportunity to engage, and the comms around it I think were great. So thanks again to the committee staff, because it was really quite a good opportunity to have outreach and just share a bit more about what the Finance Committee is doing. So I think it was a good success, and just want to echo your thanks, Chair.
Great. Okay. Thank you, members. So just to echo that thanks on the Balmoral show. As I say, part of the reason we have significant numbers of matters arising today is that we have to catch up on things that we didn't cover last week. But we had a very useful engagement with the public, and also it went out in social media channels. So hopefully others who weren't already aware of our work on banking and financial services will have been. Okay, so the next agenda item is under Chairperson's business. The next agenda item relates to accelerated passage for the budget bill, which is our hardy perennial in this committee. The committee has received notification from the Minister of Finance of his intention to introduce the budget number 2 bill to the Assembly on Monday the 2nd of June. This will authorise the full year expenditure of departments for the 25-26 financial year, both in terms of resources and associated cash requirements. As always, there is a request for accelerated passage. Briefing papers on that have been received, and we'll get an oral briefing from the department next week, next Wednesday, the 20th of May, which will also cover outturn and forecast outturn. So that's just a note at this point. The next item of Chairperson's business is the, from the Northern Ireland Youth Assembly. Pardon me, and it relates to the latest update, and that is in your pack at page 8, should you wish to note it. Now, the next item of Chairperson's business is from the Association of British Insurers as request for sight of correspondence. So remember, that's at page 14 of the meeting pack. The ABI has requested a copy of correspondence noted by this committee from the Infrastructure Committee regarding the motor insurance the motor insurance task force. So if people are content, we will forward that correspondence to the ABI, indicating that we were copied on a letter from one committee to the Department of Finance, and we haven't seen a reply yet. So that's that. Another item of Chairperson's business for me today relates to a couple of additional points of information. I think we should ask our local banks that we did cover. I just think there'll be a couple of specific points that have kind of I've been made aware of since, that I just think they're the things we should reflect on. We had a really useful evidence session, obviously with a large number of participants. There are a couple of specific things, some of which we may already have around lending volumes in Northern Ireland, but also I think specific. I think we could benefit from a little bit more detail in terms of getting on the record business structures in Northern Ireland, and how how business areas are, whether there's specific Northern Ireland business areas and associated P&L, balance sheet, or the extent to which they're incorporated into, for example, other regions of the UK. The other question I think is around changes in historic lending decision autonomy in Northern Ireland versus what would have been the case in the past, just to find out whether those have changed over time and if that has had any impact in terms of particularly how they do their business banking. So I think those are useful bits of information, just for additional bits for us to find out, that just didn't quite come up. If members are content that we ask those questions.
Thank you.
Well, obviously we can ask those via UK Finance, but it would be helpful to have answers from as many banks as possible. Okay, the next agenda item is draft minutes of the meeting that we held on 7th of May. Apologies for me sniffling. If members are content, the minutes are at, thank you very much, the minutes are at page 16, and if members are content, they're a true reflection of the meeting on the 7th of May, I will sign them. Members content?
Thank you.
Great, okay. Now the next agenda item is matters arising, and we have a significant number because, as I said, we had a very long meeting on the 7th of May with ministerial evidence and then a discussion on committee stage of the death and stillbirths registration bill. So we have a number of matters arising to get through with members' patience. We'll try and get through them promptly. The first agenda item is from the Minister of Finance and it relates to income and charges generated by the Department of Communities. So members, that's page 25, of the meeting pack. The Minister of Finance has responded to the Communities Committee regarding the recording of income and fees generated by the Department for Communities after comments made by the Fiscal Council in its assessment of the 25-26 budget. The Minister has stated that due to limitations within the current system for recording budgetary data, at present there is no straightforward way to differentiate between income that is generated internally within the public sector and that which is generated externally. The Department of Finance is currently investigating how the information could be collected and held on the Department's financial database. The consideration of external income will also form the basis of a strategic income review, which will conclude in the autumn. Now, we've only heard bits and pieces of the strategic income review, which kind of cropped up in the Minister's evidence to us on the 7th of May, but we obviously want to be kept abreast of that. So the strategic income review will help inform the wider multi-year budget process, and I presume conversations on fiscal devolution too. So I think we need to be kept abreast of all these things, and otherwise it's to note if members are content.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next agenda item or the next matter arising is from the department, and it's about 5-year departmental plans guidance. This was mentioned by the Minister in the budget debate on Monday. The department has now formally commissioned work on the 5-year plans, and detailed guidance has been shared with departments. A copy of the issued guidance is included in the correspondence we have, which is page 29 of the meeting pack. That's to note. Unless anybody wishes to raise anything.
We can share with the other committees.
Yes, members are content. I assume they are. Yeah, and I think it's important that other statutory committees are aware of this exercise and what their respective departments are doing. 5.3 is House of Commons, the Commons Treasury Committee report on the acceptance of cash. Page 69 of the meeting pack, members will find copies of a Treasury Committee report on acceptance of cash. A number of conclusions and recommendations have been made, including the actions that should be taken, they say, by the UK government to improve monitoring and reporting of cash acceptance. Report underlines the importance of cash for vulnerable people and calls on the Treasury to broaden the terms of the Financial Inclusion Committee to include the terms of reference of the Financial Inclusion Committee on digital inclusion and access to banking services. The report stops short of recommending a mandate to accept cash, but it notes debates which are happening in other countries, including across the EU and in Australia. So I think this is a report that is worth us considering and adding to our evidence base for the inquiry if members are content. 5.4 is correspondence from the Committee for Economy on the Causeway Coast and Glens City and Growth Deal. The Department of Finance has written to the Economy Committee, has written to the Department of Finance seeking an update on that city deal, and we will be copied in once the response comes. Members are content. Now, these are new matters arising, which we're dealing with. Now, the first is these are a series of DALO readout responses from 5.5 through to 5.18. First DALO readout response relates to the incorrect URL on rates bills. Members, that's at page 151 of the meeting pack. The department has provided answers to members' questions regarding this issue. The ICO has recommended that the department continues to monitor the incident for any future impact. The department has also indicated that there is no evidence of foul play, but indicates the incident was as a result of human error. Details of checking mechanisms have been provided to the committee, and an assurance given that a learning review has been commissioned. GOF has also indicated that an investigation by the National Cybersecurity Centre identified the URL to display adverts on the website, and that there is no evidence of any malicious activity to mimic or replicate NI Direct websites or indeed the NI Direct rates page. There have been no reports of LPS customers being exposed or negatively impacted by this. So members, if members are agreed, we will get an update when the learning review is complete. The Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just want to highlight on reading the response from the department, they've said that approximately 30 LPS staff conducted comprehensive checks on using this checklist. So just the fact that there's so many staff involved and they still missed a typo is very concerning. Yeah. So I think it's just something to be keeping a close eye on going forward. Yes,
I agree. It's still very odd and unusual, but I mean, it is. But anyway, okay. The next agenda item relates to the Welsh Parliament Committee Finance, the Welsh Parliament Finance Committee, the Senedd Finance Committee on financial transactions capital. We had forwarded that report, I think, to the department, yes. And they've come back to us to say that they are considering the recommendations relating to financial transactions capital and continue to engage with both Welsh and Scottish colleagues. So that's to note, members. The next matter is relates to the cost of doing business report. Members, we asked for the timescale and for sight of the cost of doing business research by Gareth Hetherington. They have come back and told us, obviously, that the response was published on the website. Members also asked for action on the research, and following last week's briefing with the Minister, the committee also followed up with the DALO asking for detail on the application of the research. A response is due in the coming days. So this is to note. So we don't have any new information on that one. That is in a holding pattern. We await to see what the actual actions coming out of the cost of doing business report is. Okay, members are content. The next item relates to the capital overspend position. Members previously noted information in relation to the sales of Clarence Court and Victoria Hall, which has led to a capital overspend position. The department has provided significant detail on exchanges between Lisney and the prospective buyer, indicating that the buildings will be earmarked, remarketed, in mid-June 2025. Details have also been provided on the terms and conditions for maintaining Lisney as the sales agent for Nick's estate sales, and in particular for the two properties discussed. Details of two further sales have also been provided. An oral briefing is scheduled for next week's meeting to discuss the first review of the Nick's estate strategies list. To note if anybody wishes to come in, we will have an oral briefing with members, with the relevant officials next week, when we can go through some of what has been provided there in terms of the transactions that have paused. Yeah, I mean, one observation I would make is that I think it's if you look at the pages where they list assurances that were given, I still think that one question we need to understand from the department is the relationship between those assurances that were given and decisions made by officials in terms of how they plan capital spend or capital receipts, I should say. But we can ask those questions next week. Okay, members, the next Dell readout response relates to the Next People strategy. Members previously considered the Next People strategy and asked the Department about the absence of reference to sickness absence and the absence of clear targets. The Department has indicated that the challenge of absence informed the priorities and initiatives in the strategy, including standardisation of absence management. The strategy's 2-year action plan will include a range of metrics which will track progress towards achieving outcomes, including a comprehensive organisational dashboard which covers areas such as absence. DOF highlights that the Civil Service Board has oversight of people strategy implementation and that board members are also sponsors of key initiatives and enablers within the strategy. The board will scrutinise individual initiatives, project milestones, key performance indicators and targets. Annual progress reports will also be published for transparency. The committee has already agreed to undertake a specific work stream examining all these matters in the autumn. So that's to note unless anybody wishes to come in. I'll bring the Deputy Chair in 1 second. Only one point I would make is that I'm not totally aware, but it may be that I've forgotten about it, that we were aware that there was going to be an action plan coming after the strategy, but I might be wrong. I don't remember the action plan sounds now, it's not unusual. There's a strategy which is overarching thematic strategic position and then an action plan, but I wasn't aware that, and it might just be that I missed it in previous documentation.
Chair, there was reference, but it wasn't gone into in any detail. We weren't given any kind of real detail. I don't think it was described as an action plan either. Okay. Fair enough. I retain the point that it's slightly strange to me that in articulating the strategy they didn't specifically acknowledge that there's an issue with absence and the strategy will be endeavouring to tackle that issue. I still find that a little bit odd, but in any case, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I just wonder the organisational dashboard that they refer to, will that be internal only document? Will we have sight of that as to what's feeding into that? And I just would express concerns that if the oversight is annual publications and relying on the next board, is that really appropriate? Because people strategy is very personal to those working in different departments and different lines. I wouldn't want to just see data going into a dashboard at an extremely high level and not actually meaning anything. So if we could get any more information about that dashboard, is it just something that's sitting there for the next board, or is it something that others will have sight of at a more operational level?
Okay.
We inquire on
Okay.
that.
Yeah. Obviously we're going to have basically an inquiry into that later this year, so we'll be ready for that. Now, members, the next Dallow item is relates to Professor Holtham's review of level of need analysis. Members will be aware Professor Holtham's report was circulated via email yesterday and can be found in the tabled pack. We'll be having a further conversation on this during today's oral briefing. Members can tell us to leave that for now and then we'll come back to it. Now, the next agenda item is replacement UK government funds, i.e. replacement funds for I presume EU funding?
Yes.
Yeah. The committee had requested an update on replacement funds, shared prosperity, etc. following the CSR in June, and this will be provided following the CSR in June. The next agenda item relates to the PAC report on major capital projects. The committee asked if the department had considered drawing the recommendations within the PAC report to other departments' attention prior to the publication of a memorandum of reply. The department has highlighted that it is working with the ISNI committee on the memorandum of response, the memorandum of reply and response. The membership of this committee includes senior representatives from DFE, DFI, DFC, DE, DOH, TO and the Strategic Investment Board. The next board will also receive an advance copy of the MOR for discussion before executive approval. A copy of the 12 ISNI enabling actions has also been provided. These are specifically designed to reduce barriers to the successful delivery of major capital projects. So that's to note, members, at this stage. Now the next agenda item is the Dallow readout response on the death, stillbirths and baby loss bill. The committee requested a copy of the Keeling schedule for the bill and the department has indicated that this should be requested from OLC directly. Okay, I'm not sure why it seems a bit kind of computer says no, have to say, rather than simply asking.
Chair, we need to ascertain whether one actually has been made.
Okay.
It might not necessarily have been created.
Okay.
It's a thing that's done, but it's not done every bill. So if members are content, we can write and ask if OLC has a copy, and if so, can we have it? If members agree to do that.
Agreed, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
The next DALO item relates to the procurement strategy. That is at page 168 of the meeting pack. So members, following an oral briefing with officials, the committee requested further information which illustrates the impact of the 2021 policy change in relation to the procurement strategy and the addition of social value in procurement. The department has provided some statistical information in relation to 557 contracts which have scored social value to date, including employment opportunities, social and micro enterprises, work experience in various initiatives and other activities. Case studies are also provided on the Social Value NI website. So, members, that's to note, unless anybody wishes to come in on it. Okay. The next DALO response relates to the NI water budget. The committee asked to be kept informed of the wider NI water situation and engagement between the departments in this regard. The department has indicated that the Department of Infrastructure allocated a further $3 million to NI water to address potential underspend, and that the Department of Finance is committed to keeping the committee informed of the situation. I'm very keen to be kept informed of the situation as relates to the NI water overspend, actually, rather than underspend. There is, I think this is just really important, and make a general point that my own view is that given there is widespread, the widespread common view, I'm not even sure it's a perception anymore, the view that we have an issue in terms of NI water. Clearly there's an exercise that's going on in terms of forensic accounting, but there is a view that there's a long-term underinvestment there. There is a debate about the way to resolve that. The Minister has a very clear view shared by his colleague. It happens to be one that many people agree with, that domestic water charges shouldn't be considered. The upshot of that, one would assume, is that there will be a bias in favour of NI water in relation to the capital budget. That was not reflected in the 25-26 budget, which actually I think saw about certainly a below inflation increase in the capital budget for NI water and for wastewater specifically. So I think we do need to understand that and understand how all that is shaking out. Okay, if members are happy with that, but we will copy that reply to the Committee for Infrastructure on the overspend.
Thank you.
Now, this is related, we're jumping out of order, but we're going back to it because it's relevant. The next agenda item is about another NI water question. It's the same question, in fact, it's the overspend. Committee for Infrastructure has provided this committee with a detailed breakdown of its deliberations in relation to NI Water's financial position, the overspend position. That's at page 333. And the committee indicates that the shortfall within NI Water's budget is reduced to approximately $3 million, and it is scheduled to receive oral briefing from departmental officials on key findings of the review being undertaken on the 11th of the review being currently undertaken. That review, is not the review of that's not the forensic accountants.
No, that's a separate thing, Chair.
Okay. So can I suggest that we are kept abreast of that, and that the Infrastructure Committee keeps us abreast of its deliberations, so people are content?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. The next agenda item relates to the annual accounts deadlines. The committee previously, which is page 170, the committee previously asked for a current snapshot of designated bodies, including arm's length bodies. That is provided at page 1, as I said, this is at page 170. The department has indicated that in relation to the 23-24 financial year, 2 next departments had missed the statutory laying deadline of 15th November 2024, economy and education. The DOF indicates that it does not hold this information for other ALBs which do not fall under the 2001 Government Resources and Accounts Acts. Instead, the onus is on each ALB and its sponsor department to ensure that annual report and accounts are published and laid in accordance with each body's incorporating statute. Okay, so members, that's to note at this stage. The next is a related matter, which is the review of ALBs. It's at page 171, and the committee informs us in that correspondence, not the committee, excuse me, sorry, the department informs us that the status of that an update on that review is to follow. I think there's been questions possibly by the Deputy Chair on this in the Chamber. We're going to get an update at some point from the department, presumably once they decide whether that review is, whether there's a review or what. There was due to be one, I think, under NDNA.
NDNA, Chair, yes.
And now we don't know the status of it, whether maybe the review's being reviewed.
I think, Chair, some departments have proceeded, but it's not necessarily clear whether or not all departments have followed the same process or whether it's the same place. So it's really to try and get clarity on where the whole exercise now sits, how DOF is approaching it. And that's really where we are now in terms of waiting for this update.
Okay, fair enough. So we will get that response. The next matter arising relates to City and Growth Deal Quarterly Progress Report. That's page 172, and it's provided to members to note. Now, obviously, we've got an oral briefing at the 11th of June when we have a visit to Studio Ulster. The next agenda item relates to the Department of Finance's budget in 25-26. As indicated during the ministerial briefing, an updated 25-26 budget document was published on the 13th of May, and we debated it on that day. I had one question, and I'm actually going to do something that I was reprimanded for in the Chamber the other day, which is, if I can find it, perhaps I don't have it, I was going to withdraw a prop, or I was going to remove a prop from the bag, which is going to be the 25-26 budget document, but perhaps I don't have it to hand at the minute. The question I was going to ask, I have it right here. I already have it out. I'm way ahead of myself. I am in charge here, so no Deputy Speaker can reprimand me for leaving the prop. My question, and I mean this genuinely respectfully, is what decision was taken to produce a document that is bluntly this shoddy looking. Now, there's a question about whether you are, if it's a cost saving measure, that's fine, but by the time I got this document, pages were already kind of falling out of it, I mean,
actually opened it up.
Yes, I did actually open it up. Yes, I make sure I read it and compared it. I didn't see all that much. I mean, I think there's. I would like at some point, and whenever we have budget officials, I would like to interrogate them. I do have a question about the coherence, a bit of the coherence of this document. For example, the economic context was not properly updated to include the tariffs and the huge destabilising macroeconomic impact that had, and that happened between the publication of the draft budget and the final budget. I just think that's a bit strange, but that's a point that can be made separately. My actual question would be, what was the specific, who made the decision to print it like this? It might be better not to print it and just issue it as a PDF, because it does look a bit. And the original draft one was, it was at least printed in a. So it's just a question about why it was printed like this. If it's cost saving, that's fine. I think they should. But
Chair, we used to have, as members will recall, many more copies were done as a more classically professional print. Now that we're down to a very few, and there's always an allocation for this committee and a few extras. So you're talking maximum would be 30 or 40.
And it's a small point, but if you're going to print, it may be that it would be better to not print the draft and have the final one that's printed look a bit more professional. It's a small point. I have other comments about the coherence of this document. I still think it could be improved as an actual strategic document. But in any case, Paul.
Chair, I take your point. I suppose it goes back to the Minister's statement in the House when he said he questioned the wisdom of printing off the spring supplementary estimates also. So he had that question in his head, so it might be just the workings of his thought process.
I think that's a fair. I think that might be a fair comment. I'd rather there's a kind of consistent approach to either not printing it because of cost and other reasons around waste, or printing one final document professionally with a consistent formatting. I don't think printing kind of inconsistent and sloppy documents is particularly encouraging. But that's just my view. Okay.
Chair, we'll have the officials in next week. It's maybe an opportunity to have that discussion. I would also suggest that this committee has been fairly instrumental in ensuring the continuation of hard copy. Members have made it very clear they like hard copy to have and to use, and it's something that the committee has maintained a line on. So there's probably an element of that as well, Chair.
Yeah, and I think we just like a consistent position on whether you need to print both a draft and a final, and if you're going to print one, probably print the final and have it properly formatted and printed, would be my view. But in any case, okay, members will move on. If members are content with that. So the next item is June monitoring commissioning letter. That's at page 293. The department has formally commissioned returns from other departments in respect to the June monitoring round, and returns must be submitted by Thursday, 5th of June. So members, we're agreed, we'll update other statutory committees on that, and the audit committee. Okay, 5.22 is Public Accounts Committee primacy decisions. The PAC has reviewed its work programme and agreed to progress an inquiry based on the NIAO report on homelessness. It has also agreed to release the NIAO report into PSNI fleet management. An updated table of primacy decisions has been sent to this committee, so members, that's to note. If anybody wishes to come in. The next agenda item is 5.23, and that relates to the Executive Office Committee, Ending Violence Against Women and Girls Strategy. That's page 301. The Executive Office Committee recently considered correspondence from the Department of Finance regarding its contribution to the EVOG strategy. In welcoming the collaborative work between the Department and TO, the TO has written to the Finance Minister, to indicate its support. I'm not entirely clear for that. It's support for the EVOG strategy, does that mean?
Chair, it's one of those situations where a round robin goes out and is asked of all departments, what is it you're doing in that particular area? And Finance Department's role, as always, is not necessarily a policy involved role. It's more about making sure money for strategies are in place, and that's kind of why they've simply just noted the correspondence and indicated that they'll be there and support it.
Okay, good. Next agenda item is 5.24, which is disaggregation of Programme for Government Priorities 25-26. That's from the, as I say, Committee of Infrastructure. The Infrastructure Committee wrote to the Department of Finance requesting a disaggregation of final budget allocations against PFG priorities. This has been provided, and we have been copied into it. Now, this is interesting because it is something that we hadn't clearly seen.
We had it before.
We did
get it.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the interesting thing, Chair. The communication crossed after we got it, but the request from Infrastructure Committee had already gone in, so otherwise we would have supplied it, but we let the department respond, but the committee had already had that, and it's already been in a pack.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's useful. And useful that I'm happy to be corrected when I've dropped something. Okay. Next agenda item 5.25 is again from the Committee for Infrastructure and relates to the A5 Western Transport Corridor qualification requirements for land agents. That's page 307. The Infrastructure Committee has written to all committees to draw attention to its deliberations in relation to qualifications required for those individuals acting as land agents. LPS has confirmed it has no input into assessing if such land agents are suitably qualified. However, agent qualifications range from RICS, SCSI, which is the Society of Chartered Surveyors of Ireland, IPAV, which is the Institute of Professional Auctioneers and Valuers, and there is one agent without a formal professional qualification but many years experience in compensation matters. So this is correspondence. This is specifically something which has come up, I presume, in relation to their A5 work, but it's worth us knowing. 5.27 is House of Lords NI Scrutiny Committee. We've been copied into two items from the House of Lords NI Scrutiny Committee. One relates to correspondence around emission standards and approval, an EU regulation regarding the emission type approval procedures for light passenger and commercial vehicles, and the other is around the implications of global reciprocal tariffs, which we discussed a little bit earlier on. So members, we will be copied in to to both of those going forward? Deputy Chair,
yeah, thank you, Chair. Has the item at 5.27 been copied into the Infrastructure Committee? I just don't. Just see Matthew and the Chair of the Economy is referenced in the letter.
Yeah. You can ask them to check. That's fine.
We can forward that on, Chair.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense. Members are content to note both of those. I'm sure will be continue to be copied in. Now, great. Okay, so members, we are now going to go on to talk about the next agenda item. The next agenda item is a briefing from the department officials are attending today's meeting. This is six items, agenda items 6 to 9, because it's covering a few related matters. They are briefing us on 4 items of subordinate legislation to commence the powers of a Legal Services Oversight Commissioner. SL1 is the Legal Complaints and Regulation 2016 Act. The Legal Complaints and Regulation brackets 2016 Act Commencement Order Northern Ireland 2025. SL1, the Legal Complaints and Regulation Act Northern Ireland 2016 Levy Regulations 2025. The Legal Complaints and Regulation Act Northern Ireland 2016 Appeal Regulations 2025, SL1, the Legal Complaints Regulation Penalty Order Northern Ireland 2025. Members, the relevant correspondent from the department is at page 344 of the meeting pack. Also provided is a clarification from the department which indicates that there is no SL1 letter for the commencement order. The clerk's cover note for each SL1 letter provided begins at page 372 of the meeting pack, with the exception of the commencement order, which will be subject to negative resolution procedure. The other three proposed proposed SRs will be subject to draft affirmative resolution procedure. So welcome to the meeting David Hughes, who is Director of hello David, Corporate Services Division, Jonathan McNaught, who is from the Corporate Services Division 2, and Marion Cree, who is the Legal Services Oversight Commissioner. David and Marion, it's up to you which way you go, but we welcome opening statements.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much to the committee for the opportunity just to provide this briefing in respect of those SL1 letters on the 4 statutory rules which will commence and give effect to the Legal Complaints and Regulation Act. I have with me today, as you've already introduced, colleague from Corporate Services Division, Johnny McNaught, and Marion Cree, the Legal Services Oversight Commissioner. So members will have received a briefing paper and the SL1 letters referred to, and my opening comments are intended just to introduce some background to the legislation, set out some plans for implementation. I think Marion will be able to talk about that in more detail, and provide an outline of the legislation ahead of its debate in the Assembly. So in background, a legal services review group was established in 2005, chaired by Professor Sir George Bain, to make recommendations to the then Minister of Finance and Personnel about how the legal professions in Northern Ireland should be regulated. The group included representatives of lawyers, voluntary organisations, business sector and consumers generally, as well as academics drawn from law and economics. And it consulted widely to inform its recommendations to the Minister. That group reported in 2006, making 42 recommendations across a number of areas. The department issued in 2013 a consultation document relating to a draft Legal Complaints and Regulations Bill, which contained the provisions to change the way in which complaints against lawyers are dealt with, to create new oversight arrangements for complaints handling, and to make provision for other aspects of the regulation of lawyers. And the main change being proposed was the introduction of oversight arrangements in respect of complaints against barristers as well as solicitors. An analysis of the responses received to the consultation was undertaken and published in 2014, and in 2016 the Assembly passed the Legal Complaints and Regulation Act Northern Ireland, which received royal assent in April 2016. All of the documentation relating to the review is available on the Department of Finance website. The Finance Minister subsequently appointed Marion as Legal Services Oversight Commissioner in April 2017. Until the full provisions...
Just for the purpose of being clear, the Legal Services Oversight Commissioner Marion's role was created by the 2016 Act?
Yes.
Okay.
But until the full provisions of the Act are commenced, providing her with the full range of Commissioner powers, Marion has fulfilled the existing role of lay observer, overseeing complaints against solicitors. Now, there are a number of reasons why the provisions have not been commenced before now, primarily the absence of the Executive and Assembly and the prioritisation of resources during COVID.
The plan was, just for the purpose of summary, the plan was the 2016 Act created this rule. the idea was that it would have a fuller suite of powers that would be commenced, but they weren't commenced because basically the institutions collapsed in the start of 2017.
Yes.
They didn't get back up and running until 2022. Then there was a pandemic. Then they collapsed again in 22. And was it that at no point between 2020 and 2022, when I was on the Finance Committee as well, was there no attempt made, or was it just not a priority or not?
Now, I wasn't involved at the time, but I think it was simply a matter of prioritisation of resource, that this was not a priority.
Fair enough. Okay, go on ahead.
Okay. But work has progressed in collaboration with those professional bodies, the Law Society and the Bar Council, to the stage where the secondary legislation can be commenced and give effect to the Act's provisions, and that's what we're bringing forward. So that secondary legislation sets out the policy around three specific issues: a levy paid by the professional bodies to meet the costs of the Commissioner's office, penalties the Commissioner can direct in certain circumstances.
Those are just for the purpose of the Bar Council, the Law Society?
Law Society and Bar Council.
Those two, okay. And is it will it increase the amount? That will be a new cost to them?
Yes, that's right.
And do you have a number for how much that might mean for the average practising barrister solicitor?
We don't yet. I don't know if Johnny...
It'll be minimal, Chair. I mean, the cost of the levy...
More less than £100, £50 a year?
I would imagine it'll be less than £100.
Less than £100. So for the average solicitor, pick someone who's a sort of, sole practising solicitor in a small town in Donaghadee or Dungannon, it'll be an amount that will be in... It will be an affordable
less
amount.
than £100.
Less than £100,
yeah.
okay.
I think it's worth making the point that this is... the levy raises the sum that the Commissioner needs for the Commissioner's needs, not to pay the Commissioner. It's for the Commissioner's office and functions, as it were, rather than the Commissioner themselves.
So it's not paying the salary of but it is paying an additional secretariat support that you will recruit once this order commences. Okay. Yeah.
The third element then is the mechanism for appeals against determinations of complaints under the new system. So we've been working collaboratively to reach this point. We're on course to commence the Act and give effect to its full provisions in September. And these three statutory rules are subject to the draft affirmative resolution procedure. It's intended the motion for debate will be listed sometime next month. So I hope that's helpful, and we're here to answer questions.
You have nothing. You're happy enough, Marion. You're happy. I'm sure you're happy to take questions.
Absolutely, no problem at all.
Excellent. Delighted. So, just for the purposes of clarity, the 2016 Act changed the way solicitors and barristers are regulated in Northern Ireland, but the main powers, it created your office, but powers for you to effectively oversee the regulatory work of both the Bar Council and the Law Society were not properly commenced, so you haven't been able to fulfil that function. In general, are the legal professions supportive or otherwise of the commencement of this order? What was their view back in 2016?
I think it would be fair to say there was some resistance and some concern. And I suppose swings and roundabouts, has it been a good thing, the gap between the primary legislation and where we are sitting today? And in that time, I've been working with both of them. They've got to know me, I've got to know them. And, as David says, I have worked with them to try and, bring this to where we are today. So because I brought them with me and we've worked, collaboratively together, there's a lot more, contentment with the new process now, because they can see their views, their thoughts, etc. in sort of we're nearly at a final stage of the documentation that they have to produce. So I would say at this present day, they're certainly more than content with the new process.
But so you think they're more content now
Yes.
than they were? Okay.
Yeah.
And are you, in the nicest possible way, what have you been doing since you haven't had the full powers of the rule for the past 8 years?
That's an interesting one. As David said, the way the legislation was written, it allowed me to continue to carry out the functions of what was the lay observer, before the primary legislation went in. So I've been carrying out that function, which has a lay observer role in relation to complaints against solicitors. but no role in relation to complaints against barristers. So I've been carrying out a hybrid role in the last number of years, one carrying out that lay observer role, whilst at the same time working with the two organisations. Really in the early days, particularly when the Assembly was not in operation, of keeping momentum going so to know that we were still working towards this end goal. But I actually physically provide a service, and have done for the last number of years, to members of the public who want to complain about a solicitor.
Okay.
And that has been actually extremely beneficial, because when I'm looking at this element of my job, the actual legal services and the new complaint system, I now have quite a number of years of experience of what complaints to the legal profession looks like, and I've actually had first-hand experience of what is wrong with it, in particular how it is not really layperson friendly, and how it rarely delivers what the man in the street who's making the complaint is actually the resolution they're looking for.
Okay, so but you can so you say you can take complaints, but how does that work? So I mean, if someone has an issue with their solicitor over a conveyancing or a probate or a criminal issue, and they want, I mean, their first port of call is still the Law Society?
It's the solicitor first and then the Law Society, and I'm their last port of call. Okay. So it'll have been through two processes before it gets to me.
You can't make a proper finding or impose a penalty at the minute because you don't have. So all you can do is make a finding and kind of encourage better behaviour or correspond with the Law Society at the minute.
That's basically it. I mean, make a finding and let make the Law Society aware of my finding. And in particular, I produce an annual report once a year, and one of the things that I always include in it is any trends that I've seen.
Okay.
And that you would find works its way into the continuous professional development programme of the Law Society, where if I've identified a trend, then they'll try and address that through that CPD programme. So there's that element as well of looking for trends. But as you rightly point out, and that's the biggest fundamental difference between what I do at the minute and what will happen when this legislation hopefully goes through, is that I have no teeth. There's no teeth to the role that I have. I can see a complaint that I think that person was treated appallingly, and I can say that, but nothing will happen as a result of it.
Okay. In terms of the timing, so should we, I might have it in my note here, but obviously you're basically, as soon as we get so 3 out of 4 are subject to draft affirmative, 1 is just a negative resolution, and once they get through this committee, 3 of them will have to be formally debated on and voted on in the Assembly chamber, but then the commencement happens just basically instantly, or is there do you?
No, it's set for September.
That will give you time to recruit people.
Well, this is what the Law Society and the Bar Council have been doing in preparation to get to this point. So we'll need to make sure that all the ducks are in a row, as it were, to ensure that the legislation is dated to allow the commencement with all the pieces in place.
Are they? So the Bar Council and Law Society are agreed with the September target date?
Yes, it's been discussed and that date has been agreed between us.
Okay. Now, I have a broad question, which is a question I've asked before, but I'd be interested in your view on it, David. Why is the Department of Finance or the Finance Committee talking about this at all?
I understand that the idea of this regulation function moving to the Department of Justice would have been mooted at the point at which justice was devolved, but it would already have been devolved, so it would have been something that was in DFP at the time and would have gone to join the Department of Justice.
Yes.
But that simply wasn't agreed. Now, I don't know the background to it not being agreed, and it since hasn't been.
I mean, I would make the point, and I'm not. This is a really important regulation that we will scrutinise and expedite through the committee. But a lot of us are coming fresh to read about things to do with the regulation of the legal profession, which is not a thing that we do every week in this committee. We're primarily focusing on public spending, matters to the civil service. We've got an inquiry on banking and financial services. We just debated the budget, and we have our own legislation. It just seems a bit strange that the Justice Committee will have been looking at issues. I mean, they've been a big part of what the Justice Committee have been looking at is. And the Justice Committee, legal aid has been a big theme, payments to barristers, all of that has been scrutinised, so they'll have it much more fresh in their minds, the issues that the legal profession and users of legal services experience. isn't it a bit mad that this is having to be scrutinised by a different committee?
Would make a value judgment on it, but it does sit outside sort of the mainstream of what the Department of Finance does. It's not entirely unrelated to one or two other functions, such as the civil law reform.
I mean, that's another area which I don't think should be in my opinion.
But I think that would be a matter that can be picked up and addressed. Whether or not it will be the priority in terms of decision making, I don't know.
I know it's a machinery government, but I think it's important, particularly because we have a lot going on this committee, and I think this is actually really important stuff, but I'm not sure it sits comfortably here. There are other things that are outside the mainstream of the department's work, like registration, for example, which is a piece of legislation, but it's not like registration would necessarily immediately sit better with, it's not like registration would sit immediately better in another department. This is a matter to do with the legal system, which I think would very obviously sit within the Justice Department and should do, but that's my view. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Sorry, Chair. It's just in case it might give you a little bit of comfort, and maybe not. I mean, we do work closely with the Department of Justice in terms of this area. I mean, for example, the appeals regulations you can see needs concurrence of the Lady Chief Justice. Marion's appointment is done with the Lady Chief Justice as well as the Minister for Finance, and you know there is close relationships there.
I'm sure.
So
and I'm in no way in any way impugning either anyone's professionalism or ability to work as well as possible. It just seems bizarre that we haven't made this change. That's just my view. No members have indicated they wish to ask a question. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just for clarity, thank you very much all for coming. The Chair had mentioned the levy covering the cost. So I'm just looking at, you know, our notes in our pack here. So we're saying with regard to these regulations, there's no additional financial implications to the department because the levy imposes a financial cost over the professional bodies to cover the costs which are currently met by the department. So effectively, will this be a saving to the departmental budget if the levy is going to cover the costs that are already being incurred?
It would be absolutely minimal if it were anything, in the sense that we're already paying for Marion as Commissioner and lay observer. Marion does not cost us a huge amount in addition to what we pay her. So it's really the establishment of an office to a degree that hasn't really been created before. That would be the way I'd look at it.
I work from my front room, so we've kept the cost to a minimum the whole time through.
No, that's great. No, it's just important, like just to have that on record, the clarity of it, because you know, we'll be putting out these extra powers, and it's just good to highlight the fact that we're not, you know, uncovering unexpected costs to the department. But thank you very much for that.
Do you have an amount that's like a budget for, like an indicative kind of full year budget, which is raised by the levy?
Yeah, at the moment, Marion's costs would be between sort of £5,000 and £10,000 over and above her salary costs, which we will still continue to pay as a department. Now that'll cover things like some small travel and subsistence, her Information Commissioner Office registration fee. She's a member of the Ombudsman Association, so there's some annual standard costs. But as David said, it's minimal in the grand scheme of things.
Which is about 5,000 per year additional to Marion's salary.
At the moment.
But with the levy imposed and the new powers, it's not going to be. It's more than 5k, I presume, raised from the legal profession.
Well, as David outlined, it depends on the costs of the office. So I mean, if for example the new commissioner gets an office to work from rather than Marion's front room, then there might be additional costs.
By the way, I don't think that's unreasonable for Marion to have an office to work for and get from. But you have, as in, it's still being decided whether sort of the grade of the person who is going to be secretariat support. Is that what you mean? Is that still to be TBC?
All of those arrangements are yet to be determined, and part of it will depend upon whoever then takes the post in due course.
As to what they're expecting
of Commissioner.
But Marion continues the Commissioner
for another 10 months.
10 months. Okay. Right. Okay. So, but it will be the job of your successor to decide. So you won't be doing that. You won't be designing the shape of the office under these powers.
No. In the final 10 months of my appointment, I certainly will do some remedial work in actually establishing the office. What is the unknown at the moment is just the volume of administrative work that may be created. You know, we shall see from the notes that you have. There's a lot of information that the Commissioner's Office will gather in from the Law Society and the Bar, that they're required to gather in, analyse, make decisions about, etc. So what that will actually look like in reality, we're a bit unclear about at the moment, and that's the reason why.
is there a concern? So if your powers commence while you're still in role and you haven't, say for example, you become the new beefed up commissioner under the SRs that we presumably will enact, but you don't yet have an additional staff support and you're still working from front room, is there a concern there that you could get you might not have the capacity, or not you personally have the capacity, but the office might not have the resource to deal with what could be an increase in, even if it's only a kind of,
I think in the first year of operation, I don't see that as a problem. You know,
Right.
this is once the secondary legislation will go in. The reason why is really it will be towards the end of the first year when a lot of those activities of the new commissioner will really kick in.
Okay.
Initially, my function when the secondary legislation goes ahead will be oversight of watching the two organisations embed the new process in and liaising regularly with the two new chairs of lay chairs of the two new committees, and bringing, looking at what are all the teething problems, etc. And we'll focus on that in the early days. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the department have, they've been getting the website set up, and they've had discussions with me about an office, but that will all come as my final year, let's say, progresses. It really will be, I would say, in year 2, when a new commissioner is in place, will there be a clearer feel for what exactly all of those other functions of the commissioner will look like, and I think that will be a key indicator. So I don't think in the short term there will be. But
you will legally have the power and responsibility to accept complaints. So is there? I'm just worried if there's no.
No, under the new process, once the secondary legislation goes through, I will no longer look at a complaint. Today, sitting here today, I will look at a complaint. Once the legislation goes through, I will not. The two new committees over the Bar and the Law Society, they are the only people that will look at those complaints. They are then obliged to provide me with certain data, as is the Law Society, and the Bar Council will be required to provide the Commissioner, with certain data as to how that new complaints process is operating, right back at the level of the solicitor and barrister, right through to the regulatory function, and then right through to the new committee functions. So the Commissioner, once the secondary legislation comes through, is hands off from the actual physical complaints.
Okay, that's interesting. That's clarified, I think, for me. Steve Aiken, and then Paul Frew. Steve.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. I'm sorry for coming on late, team. I've just finished my physio. Thank you very much indeed for the briefing so far. How does it compare with what goes on in England and Wales, what happens in Scotland and what happens in the Republic? Just for a comparison about what's being done.
I think in England and Wales, certainly, Mr. Aiken, they used to have a very similar office to the one that we're establishing now, but it has actually moved on a little bit now, and they have what they call a legal services ombudsman. But I think at that point in time when the legal review group reported back in 2006, there's a very big recognition that the situation in Northern Ireland in terms of the makeup of our legal profession is very different to it is on the mainland. So as it stands at this point in time, this current legislation we think is still the best way forward for Northern Ireland. It is actually worth noting that the legislation, the Act does require the Department to review the implementation on the operation of the Act after 3 years. So that will give us a very clear idea then whether we're still operating the right processes or whether we should look closer to the likes of England and Wales, Scotland or the Republic indeed.
Thank you. And just have a quick supplementary. Obviously, the role of Ombudsman has a significant position and people understand the roles of Ombudsman, particularly dealing with the public service and the rest of it when it goes forward. There will be an expectation with the way this organisation's been set up is that legal complaints will be dealt with in a particular way. So the question I have with it, when this legislation goes through, bearing in mind that the Commissioner will be one step above the investigations that will be done by the Law Society and by the Bar Association, who guards the guardians? Is that the role of the Commissioner? Or how do we make sure that, the solicitors and the barristers aren't just marking their own homework, which has been a complaint that, they've had in England, one of the reasons why they moved to the new system?
Marion can come in. I mean, the Act does give Marion the power to penalise the professional bodies, and one of the statutory rules that you have for consideration sets the maximum amount at which she can penalise them. And that penalty can be if they don't provide a plan for how they will handle complaints that satisfies Marion as Commissioner, so that's the oversight bit. And also Marion can penalise them if they then don't adhere to that plan, if she thinks that the bodies are not handling the complaints in accordance with the plan that she has approved. So, and that say it can be up to a maximum of £20,000. if the statute were illusory.
If I could just... Sorry.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to add to that, just for clarity. Yes, the Legal Service Oversight Commissioner, as it says in the title, is oversight, and that oversight, the scrutiny goes right back to, for example, both the Law Society and the Bar will be required to provide the Legal Service Oversight Commissioner with complaints at Tier 1. So, let's say, right, I'm still in the role, so I will see how many complaints were actually dealt with right back at solicitor and barrister level, and what was the outcome of those complaints. Then this is where the new committees come into play, which the secondary legislation will create. It will then not go to the Bar or the Law Society, it will go straight to these lay committees. Now, there will be legal representation in both of those committees, but they're chaired by a lay person, and the majority of the members are lay people, and they are totally independent of both the Law Society and the Bar, and I oversee their functions as well. So there's a number of stages where the Oversight Commissioner is really keeping that oversight role to make sure that everybody is adhering to what the legislation says, and that fundamental move away from the regulator carrying out the review of complaints will, not totally, but to a larger extent, will disappear, because these new lay-driven committees will take on that function. And we would hope that that's the reassurance to the public that the complaints are being dealt with fairly, and that that there is quite a dominant lay function in the oversight of complaints against those two elements of the legal profession.
I think,
and obviously within the good, sorry for the indulgence, Chair. Obviously within the realms of good practice, one of the issues that we've had as MLAs, and I think the previous committee where there was an issue with the legal profession, was the fact that there was a lack of openness and lack of transparency, and the legal profession keeping everything in house, and there was a lack of detail being provided to the complainant as they went through. Is there a presumption of more openness and transparency in the process, and what would you expect to see?
I mean, 1,000%. I mean, what you've just said there is a fundamental element of the new process, and that is one of the biggest radical changes that this new process will bring in. Everything is on the table to be viewed. And again, the Oversight Commissioner and the report that the Oversight Commissioner will produce on an annual basis will actually delve into those very issues, and commenting on the extent to which that transparency is there, and that all of the information that the legislation requires both of the two professional bodies to provide to the Commissioner has been provided, and has been provided in a way that there's nothing hidden. So again, that would be a fundamental positive step of the new legislation.
Okay, thank you very much, Aidan. Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
No more questions.
No problem. Paul Fruit?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your explanation and presentation so far. Remind me again, why did we put a commencement order into the legislation in the first place? Can you remember?
Why did we put?
Why did we put a commencement order into the original legislation? Why didn't we just enact it with regards to royal assent? Can you remember the debates?
To be honest, I can't remember back that far, Mr. Free.
Nor can I, to be honest.
But quite often that is standard practice, that there would be a provision in the primary legislation to be commenced at different times.
And I think, and not knowing the specifics of this piece of legislation, I think where a legislation establishes a new post or a new office, the expectation is that there would be a lead-in time for appointment process, for establishing the office and so on.
Yes.
I don't think anyone anticipated the commencement order would have a 2025 date on it.
Sure.
But
yeah, the way things fail. Okay, that's me.
Right. Okay. No further questions. No other members have indicated that they wish to ask a question. I suppose finally for me, this is actually really important. It's very delayed and quite substantive. I've obviously made my points about the somewhat anomalous machinery of government situation. That's not something that's been created by any of you or can be resolved by any of you. But I think it would be helpful for us to be kept abreast as a committee, assuming this goes through, of the post-commencement processes, and when, in terms of recruitment, establishing the additional structures and how it beds in. I think that would be really helpful for us in terms of post-legislative scrutiny. Thank you very much. If members have no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, members, I should really at this point give the opportunity if anybody has any concerns or dissenting comments in terms of the SRs that we're being asked to look at and the commencement order. I don't think there are, albeit I would say that it's important for us to note that these are actually quite substantive changes to legal complaint process. I think sensible ones. Very regrettable it's taken a decade to get there. Can I suggest, as a matter of good process, that we, not delaying putting questions to members today or bringing them forward, but as a matter of good process, write with the Bar Society, not write formally, but ask the Bar Council and the Law Society to communicate to us whether they are to effectively confirm what we've been told today, which is that there is a agreed process is put in place, and that we can be assured that all the structures that have been promised are as agreed as possible. But I don't think that should delay us from...
Chair, could I just come in there a second, please?
You can, go ahead.
Yeah, just very quick. No, Matthew, I'm sort of spot on. But I'm very surprised that these are substantial changes that we haven't heard from the Law Society or the Bar Council, because normally they're not backwards and coming forwards. So I think maybe we should, at least as a matter of courtesy, tell them what we're doing, because I'm surprised that they haven't sort of inputted into this.
I would assume they are aware, and if they had, but anyway, we'll go with the Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And on the same note, should we potentially liaise with the Justice Committee as well, because although it is sitting with the Department of Finance, that reach across. Also, just it kind of came up there in the questions across myself and yourself, Chair. We have on all the notes on these regulations coming through that there's no financial impact because the levy is going to cover the additional cost, but nobody's actually scoped out what that cost is. So how are they going to set the fee and the levy for bodies not knowing what cost it's required to cover? So I don't know if it's something we can write a wee bit into our notes as it's going through, that we want to flag that it hasn't been costed out here. I'm just really concerned that you put something through and suddenly there's a lot of cost. And
I mean, they were fairly confident. They said that it would be a minimal cost to individual legal practitioners, but you are right to say that there is a question about that I don't quite understand around the cost of running the enhanced operation, and whether if they are confident that the cost that the levy applied to legal practitioners will comfortably cover, like for example, the additional staffing. Well, exactly how are they setting it, but also will there, if there's an excess or a surplus, what happens to that? Does that just go into? Is that just washed back into the department?
I would assume, Chair. We'll those are useful points, Chair. What we'll do is we'll go back to the department to get that on record and seek clarification. The officials did indicate, or the Commissioner did indicate, that there had already been discussion with the department about the potential for a physical office. So some level of costing must have been done, and the department probably has a little bit more information on that than officials were able to convey. So, Chair, if we, in the first instance, we have a number of issues there, a number of items there, we go out to the Bar Council Law Society to seek confirmation of their consideration of this and their involvement. Also sharing with the Justice Committee to make them aware of exactly how this situation is. And
I also think, if members are content, that we should ask the Justice Committee to consider whether they think there is a machinery of government question or a responsibility question to be considered, given that they have more everyday experience of and expertise in, and that is one of their primary focuses is on the legal profession and legal services in Northern Ireland. It's not ours, so I think they should consider that, whether the split is advisable going forward between finance and justice, and the fact that finance covers legal services, parts of legal services, and also civil law. But anyway, if members are content with that, I think we should ask that question to the Justice Committee. So I'm not sure that those questions need to detain us from asking the principal questions, because obviously three of these four regulations are going to go for draft affirmative, the affirmative procedure. One's negative resolution. I think we can give a broad committee view, while also having obviously there will be debate, and in that committee view we will be able to update the Assembly with additional information that we will hopefully have secured by then, in terms of the view of the professional bodies, and also the information on fees and levy and how that will wash back. If something dramatic and really concerning happens, we are obviously able to advise the Assembly of that when it comes to the debate. This is what we if we indicate we're broadly content today, that does not stop us from.
This is policy.
This isn't the kind of, we're not doing anything here that will prevent us from.
The SR will come anyway.
The SR will come anyway, and there will be a debate. So if those sort of things are right, we're not binding ourselves or the Assembly by indicating that we are broadly content with the commencement of these provisions. Okay, members, so if there is broad consensus, subject to us seeking further information on levies, as per the Deputy Chair's views, the views of Bar Council and Law Society in terms of not necessarily the principle, because I think the Assembly has already given the view that it wants this to be enacted. That was nearly a decade ago, but in terms of the practical enactment of this and how the structure is going to work from later this year, I think that would be useful for us to be able to advise the Assembly plenary of, and also the question about responsibilities and whether it's something the Justice Committee wants to reflect on going forward. Subject, or notwithstanding that, I'm going to put questions, I'm going to ask members if you're content with these SRs, and then, as I say, we will be able to advise the Assembly if we get shocking or concerning information.
Chair, just for absolute clarity, these aren't the SRs, this is the SL1 policy stage, so really all it is just asking if members are content with the policy proposal. Yes, the SR will come in due course. Okay, so members are content to note that we'll be making, that the Department of, first of all, members are content to note the Department of Finance will be making a commencement order to bring into force provisions within the Legal Complaints and Regulation NI Act 2016. Content?
Okay.
Thank you.
Members content with the proposed SR to detail the levy that is imposed on the Law Society of Northern Ireland and the Honourable Society of the Inn of Court, i.e. the Bar Council, under sections 5 and 6 of the Act. Content?
Happy.
Yeah. Members, are you content with the proposed SR to specify the circumstances by which appeals may be made to the High Court against determinations made by the Complaints Committee of either the Law Society, section 38 of the Act, or the Honourable Society of the Inn of Court, i.e. the Bar Council, section 19 of the Act? Content?
Happy.
Members content with the proposed SR to set the maximum amount the Legal Services Oversight Commissioner may require the Law Society or Honourable Society of the Inn of Court, i.e. the Bar Council, to pay as a penalty should the professional body either fail to submit a plan which the Commissioner considers adequate or fail to handle complaints in accordance with his plan. Content?
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you, members. Now, the next agenda item is an SL1 on the whole of government accounts designation of bodies order. Members, the Department proposes to make a statutory rule. The whole of government accounts designation of bodies order in Northern Ireland 2024. This is an annual event. The proposed statutory rule will enable the Department of Finance to request information from bodies and departments designated in the order and pass this information on to HM Treasury for use in the whole of government accounts.
Chair, we have a typo in the brief. It should be 2025.
2025. It should of course be 2025. I should have known that. I should have.
No, that was our fault, Chair.
Having a senior moment there. Yes, we are in 2025. This is an annual process, as I said. No bodies have been added or removed since last year. Subject to negative resolution, there is a clerk's cover note, relevant correspondence at page 387. So members, I presume members are content that this order is made with no changes to last year. Content. The next agenda item is the Public Service Pensions, Exercise of Powers, Compensation and Information Amendment Directions, Northern Ireland 2025. Members, page 393 of the meeting pack. There's correspondence from the Department of Finance on necessary subordinate legislation relating to the implementation of the remedy for age discrimination in devolved public service pension schemes arising from the MacLeod ruling. Officials previously briefed the committee on the Department of Finance's implementation of the MacLeod judgment, remedy implementation and financial implications. There have been a number of directions as a requirement of the Public Service Pensions and Judicial Offices Act 2022, essentially providing technical instructions to ensure that the MacLeod remedy is implemented in a consistent manner, consistent with legal requirements. The committee has already considered a number of amendments from March last year. Now the Department proposes to make further amendment directions to clarify existing provision and provide additional flexibility to streamline remedy processes, including flexibility to process pension overpayments and calculate remedy-related interest amounts of net of tax, the option to use the tax year rather than the pension scheme year when calculating interest amounts. DOF believes these do not affect original remedy policy or remedy entitlements of scheme members, but should assist the scheme in administering the remedy more efficiently. A copy of the directions are included in the pack. These directions are not subject to any assembly procedure and are therefore only for noting purposes. But I give you a very thorough briefing for something you're just noting. Ask members, so that members, if you're content to note those directions, to clarify existing provision and provide additional flexibility.
Chair, if it's useful, one of the reasons we provide so much information on this is because we are conscious that you will pick this up in constituency. I know you probably got...
I love how you keep looking at me.
It's my natural line of vision there.
Very detailed actuarial casework, I think, is an important...
But it is immensely complex, Chair.
It is extraordinarily complex. If anybody thinks they're actually a geek, delve into the McLeod judgment. And, you're not a geek for very...
Leave you to it, Chair.
What's that?
Leave you to it.
I mean... yeah.
Sorry, Chair. Apologies. I suppose I should make a declaration of interest. Is that I'm a chair of the MLA's pension scheme, and we're involved in the McLeod bit as well, just in case somebody's listening in.
Okay, thanks. That interest is noted. Now, members, the next agenda item is the death, stillbirths, and baby loss oral briefing. The bill oral briefing. If members are agreed, Hansard will report this oral briefing. At page 509 of the meeting pack, there's a research paper on the deaths and stillbirths and baby loss bill prepared by RAISE. If members are content, that paper will be added to the bill's evidence base. So welcome Sinead McMurray, who's research officer at RAISE. Thank you, Sinead, for joining us. Sinead is going to give us an overview of the research paper. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the births, deaths and baby loss bill paper that's in your pack for this week. So I'm aware that you've had some briefings already on the specific provisions within the bill, so I'll aim to provide a brief recap of those and then look at some of the baby loss certificate schemes that are in operation in other regions. So the bill itself is technically quite succinct. It has 11 clauses and just the one schedule. However, I suppose despite its narrow scope, it has important administrative and human impact. So the core aim of the bill is to modernise aspects of Northern Ireland's civil registration processes, which it proposes to do through amendments to existing legislation, specifically the 1976 Births and Deaths Registration Order and the 2012 Civil Registration Regulations. So there are three core aims to the proposed amendments. The first centres on modernising registration processes for deaths and stillbirths. So prior to COVID-19, once the medical certificate of cause of death or stillbirth was issued, it was the responsibility of the informant, typically the family member, to bring the certificate to the registration office in person and physically sign the register. Once the registration of the death or stillbirth was completed by the registrar, it was then the responsibility of the informant to also bring the certificate of burial or cremation to the funeral directors. During COVID-19, under the 2020 Coronavirus Act, temporary provisions were put in place to allow these processes to take place remotely and digitally. The bill aims to place those temporary provisions, on a permanent statutory footing going forward. So clauses 2 to 7 within the bill set out the specific changes to the 1976 order and the 2012 Civil Registration Regulations, and clause 10 repeals the specific provisions within the Coronavirus Act. So under those changes, the death certificate and the stillbirth certificate are now sent electronically from the healthcare professional to the registrar's office. Likewise, the certificate for burial is now sent directly from the registrar to the funeral directors. So it means that the informant, again, the family member, isn't responsible for delivering those certificates. That responsibility is given to the healthcare professional and the registrar. So secondly, informants no longer have to present the required details of a death or provide the required details of a death or stillbirth in person. This can also be done electronically or by verbal declaration over the phone. And that includes the signature. That can also be done via email or by verbal declaration. The informant still has the option to do that in person in the registration office, and they are also entitled to a certificate of death or the certificate from the registrar if they would like one. So the clauses also cover specific scenarios, such as where the registration is delayed or where the registration or the certificate is issued early, and it updates the language to reflect modern digital procedures. So as we know, this way of working has been in operation for 5 years and has become the normal way of working and has been well received by all stakeholders. So the second objective of the bill is concerned with correcting inequalities that exist in the birth and stillbirth registration processes for same-sex female parents. Since the 2011 Civil Registration Act, where a father is not in a civil partnership or married to the mother, he can register a birth or stillbirth without the mother being present. Previous to the introduction of the Act, both the mother and the father had to be present to register the birth. That same option was not made available to same-sex female parents. Currently, the second female parent cannot register the birth or stillbirth without the mother being present. So Clause 8 and the Schedule amend the legislation to allow for this to happen going forward. The changes also allow for a scenario where the mother disputes the registration details provided by the second female parent, a re-registration can occur. So then the third section of the bill is concerned with creating provisions to make regulations for a baby loss certificate scheme. So under current law in Northern Ireland, only a baby lost after 24 weeks of pregnancy onwards is officially recorded. Earlier losses have no formal recognition. There is a body of research to suggest that women who experience early pregnancy loss can present with symptoms of depression, anxiety, perinatal grief, and similarly men who have been affected by early pregnancy loss can also present with adverse mental health outcomes. So the recent pregnancy loss review in England, which took place in 2023, highlighted that providing official recognition of a loss can support parents in the recovery process. So consequently, the scheme has been broadly welcomed here and where it has been implemented elsewhere. So Clause 11 provides the power for making those regulations for a baby loss scheme, and it highlights certain provisions that may be included, such as cost, who may apply for the certificate, and the conditions of issue. And importantly, I suppose those regulations must be laid before the Assembly for approval. So in the paper, there are examples of schemes that are currently running in England, Scotland, Germany and states in Australia. So there are commonalities across the schemes. So for example, they are all free of charge, so there are no costs attached to the certificates. And while they're all official government documents, they don't have any legal standing, so they are certificates of recognition only. There are some variances in terms of who can apply for the certificates. So in England, both parents can apply, whereas in Scotland and Germany, it is typically the mother who needs to apply for the certificate. In England and Scotland, the schemes are retrospective, so loss from any point in time, a person can apply for a certificate. There's also no need to provide medical evidence, whereas in Germany, typically medical evidence is required, and depending on the state in Australia, medical evidence can also be required of a miscarriage. And I suppose in theory, that could affect how retrospective the scheme is, because losses from, say, 15 years ago are less likely to have medical evidence. And I suppose it also would exclude women who haven't presented to their GP or to a hospital for...
Just essentially, the bill itself does not... It's silent on the questions like that. The bill just creates a power for the department to...
Yeah, so currently the bill is simply just to create the regulations, and I suppose all this will be ironed out when they go to do the public consultation, but it's supposed just to provide some background and some context in terms of schemes that have already been enacted elsewhere.
Yeah, okay.
And then there are lots of, I suppose, there are safeguards in place across the other schemes in terms of where somebody wants to put a second parent on the scheme. There are safeguards in place in terms of that person's explicit consent must be sought. And there are also commonalities in terms of there's a lot of flexibility around the language that can be used and the design of the certificates. There's some flexibility for the parents in terms of what they would like on the certificates. So there's more detail in the papers on those specific schemes, should you be interested in it. Now I know I'm aware that's quite a whistle-stop tour of the provisions, but I'm also aware that you've had briefings on them before. So I am happy to answer any questions that you may have, or I'm happy to come back to you on anything.
Okay, thank you for that, Sinead. Diane for South.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks very much for this. It's great to have the detail and good insight on a lot of the points. I just wanted to ask, we talk about in Northern Ireland 17,000 deaths registered, 75 stillbirths per year, that's pregnancies over 24 weeks. Would you have any sort of estimation as to what number we would expect to see coming through presenting for baby loss certificates?
Well, we were discussing this earlier on, actually. I think since the scheme has been enacted in England, they've had over 100,000 certificates have been issued. Now, I suppose you'd have to bear in mind that that would be, initially there would be a lot of interest, and there would be a lot of those historical applications would take place. It doesn't, it doesn't say how over a monthly basis how often somebody has applied, but there has been a significant interest in England. I haven't seen any other numbers. We were kind of calculating it roughly around 4,000 if you were to think about it from a Northern Ireland population perspective. But that's the I suppose the evidence that we have at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it would be quite a lot of work whenever it gets up and running, just to get caught up with that. Whenever you can't really predict the backlog. And just wanted to ask as well. You talked about like how far retrospective you go. What would be from your research? What would be?
So it's any point in time. Originally, when Scotland, say if you take Scotland for example, it's retrospective. So any loss, any point in time, somebody can apply. In England, initially, it was as far back as 2018, and then they opened it further for again any point in time, so there's really no time limit on it. And the other explicitly, and it's hard sometimes with other Germany and Australia sometimes to navigate where their information lies, but from what I can see there is no specific time limits, but again that would probably depend on if you have to present medical evidence that may exclude certain people from applying.
And I see you have it as one of the questions coming through about how it's applied across all the 11 council areas in Northern Ireland. It's something that we had noted as a committee. Do you know that whenever it's come in, or this is the electronic registration, not the baby loss certificates, but across different council areas in England, would there be any inconsistencies in the electronic registration of deaths, or would it be quite consistent?
I'm not sure actually. I could maybe go off and have a look into that and come back to you on it, because I'm not 100% sure about that at the moment, but I suppose it is worth looking to see whether there is any formal guidance that all councils adhere to.
Yeah, just because here it is quite fluid, and I know in my constituency you're crossing the boundary of of a couple of different councils, and they do things that wee bit differently, so it's hard to it's hard to support it then.
I'm happy to go and see is there any evidence on that available elsewhere and come back to you on it.
Yeah, no, that would be great, because if there was inconsistencies there, it would be good learning and a good opportunity for us to take it on board here. Absolutely. But thank you very much, and thanks for coming today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Sinead. I raised this with the Minister on Monday or Tuesday this week, so you may not have the answer, Sinead, but I appreciate if you could direct me in the right direction, put me in the right direction. Clause 8 obviously deals with same-sex female parents, and sort of addresses an important omission. As far as you're aware, I was contacted by a constituent start of this week. There's a same-sex couple from the north who are expecting a baby, and they conceived through IVF treatment in the south. And the current law, obviously, because they're not married, and the treatment didn't happen in the UK, the non-birth mother won't be able to be on the birth certificate. But there was a change in the south, I think in 2020, under the Children and Family Relationships Act to address that anomaly. So I know the changes mentioned in the briefing in Clause 8 relate to same-sex female parents registering on the birth certificate, but I'm not sure if that change proposed addresses that sort of anomaly or the gap in the legislation that the particular person and it's one couple, but I would be concerned that it could be more and more people.
Yeah, I didn't see anything in the specific clauses of the bill, but I suppose it is something worth exploring. Again, I can maybe go and check with legal services what the situation there would be, but I couldn't answer that confidently. I'm not 100% sure.
So sure, would we be able to look at that maybe and see?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Is that you, Jerry?
Thanks, Yep.
No problem.
I have no further.
No further members have indicated they wish to ask a question about the bill. Thank you, Sinead, for your paper. I'm sure your paper will be useful for members going forward, and obviously for other members when we come to scrutinise the bill in plenary. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Okay. So. Okay, members. The next agenda item. Oh yes, sorry. Yes, to seek agreement to the members are content that we forward the research paper along with the bill to other statutory committees, seeking written comments on the bill's provisions, as is common practice. Okay, members, we're content with that. The next agenda item is an oral briefing from the Finance Innovation Lab. Members are content. Hansard will report this oral briefing. At page 562 of the meeting pack, there's a clerk's cover note. No, we got it the wrong way around. Should I know we did?
Chair, we had our witness online, and now we have.
We're running a wee bit early.
We have lost more.
We're running a bit early.
It
Okay.
was on
Well,
before.
what I might do in that case is run and jump ahead and do some correspondence.
Yeah, that would be useful, Chair.
We're unusually ahead of time, so we're going to do some correspondence. So if people jump ahead to agenda item 15, which starts at page 624 of the meeting pack. The Communities Committee has written to this committee following a briefing from DFC officials on workforce planning and staffing pressures. The committee has been asked, the Finance Committee has been asked if it intends to undertake work on NIC's employment contracts, recruitment processes, staff complements and related matters. So members, we are here this year, so if we're content we'll tell the Communities Committee that. Okay, the next agenda item is the Committee for Justice. Proposed offence of assault on shop workers, and that's at page 625. The Justice Committee has written to the committee, including a copy of the Department of Justice response to Retail and I's paper, a call for action, a 5-point plan to tackle the cost of doing business. The DOJ has indicated the Justice Minister is going to include a new offence of assaulting a person engaged in delivering services to the public, performing a public duty or providing a public service in the sentencing bill. This bill will be introduced before the end of 2025, subject to other Assembly priorities. So members, that's to note. Unless anybody wishes to come in? No. Okay, the next is a Hansard transcript of the ministerial oral briefing on the 7th of May, that's to note. The 30th report of the Examiner for Statutory Rules is at page 656, information only because there are no rules with relation to this committee, and the same is true of the 39th report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules, which is at page 664, and that's only to note because there are no significant items of business for this committee. I'm going to go on and just do. We do have them now. Okay, we have the witness here. So in that case, we're delighted that we've got our correspondence done, which means that we're running ahead of time. So we're now going to return to our oral evidence from the Finance Innovation Lab. So members, again, that's at page 562 of the meeting pack. And Sam Rex Edwards has joined us online. Sam Rex Edwards is Head of Movement Building and Campaigns at the Finance Innovation Lab. They have provided us with a research paper on the impact a Fair Banking Act would have for the UK. So if members are content, we will include both the submission and the research paper. The submission the Innovation Lab have given us and the research paper on the inquiry's evidence base, committee web pages, and the report that we produce in due course. So Sam, thank you very much for joining us, and if you're able and up for it, if you could give us a brief opening statement, and then we'll ask you questions. Thanks very much for making some time for us.
Thank you. Hello everyone, and thank you Chairperson, and thanks for inviting me to meet with you this afternoon, and thanks to Charlie Fisher at DTNI who made the link for us. I'm really sorry I couldn't join you in person, so Zoom from North East Wales is what it has to be. As the Chairperson said, I'm the job share, the role of the Head of Movement Building and Campaigns at the Finance Innovation Lab with Kay Polly. The Finance Lab is a charity, and our work follows a vision for a financial system that works for people and planet, so democratic, sustainable, just and resilient. We've got two main areas of work that we focus on: economic justice and environmental justice. Kay and I work on the economic justice side of things, and it's within that we coordinate the Fair Banking for All campaign. 32 organisations are members of the campaign, including DTNI, and we welcome the Irish League of Credit Unions who sit alongside and take an observer role as the campaign develops.
Okay.
The campaign is, sorry, did you want me to carry on?
I was just saying okay and affirming my interest in what you were telling me. Go on ahead.
Sorry. So the campaign's focused on gaining a Fair Banking Act for the UK, which takes inspiration from the Community Reinvestment Act that was implemented in the United States in 1977. So I'll outline the premise a bit before explaining the key features of the Fair Banking Act. And as others have illustrated in their submissions, there are many aspects to financial exclusion, and some of the ways this plays out are unique and particular to Northern Ireland. Lack of access to affordable, responsible and ethical credit is among the factors that give rise to financial vulnerability, and the proposal for a Fair Banking Act focuses on that, on access to affordable credit. So across the UK, the demand for affordable credit is significant and growing, and that's what we propose a Fair Banking Act focuses on, at least to start with. So the Fair Banking Act would apply to retail banking institutions with a banking licence in the UK, including challenger banks and building societies, and institutions would be categorised as large, medium or small according to their UK asset size. So we're proposing that a Fair Banking Act would do three things. Firstly, mainstream institutions would be required to disclose their performance on providing access to affordable credit. Secondly, there'd be a system of clear and published ratings linked to that disclosure that show which institutions are doing well and which need to improve. And third, mainstream institutions would be able to improve their rating by expanding their own provision of affordable and ethical lending to underserved communities. And second, by creating partnerships with purpose-driven, community-based banking institutions like credit unions and community development finance institutions, CDFIs, so they can expand and strengthen their services and support. The FCA would play a key role in this. And we're advocating that Fair Banking Act should be a key feature of the Westminster Government's National Financial Inclusion Strategy. I know the makeup of that committee is a live issue in terms of representation from Northern Ireland and the devolved nations as a whole. We published research last September on the potential impact a Fair Banking Act could have for the UK. I'm afraid the figures aren't broken down by nation or region, but for the UK overall, it could mean that the credit union and CDFI lending sectors could increase their annual lending for individuals and businesses 13-fold, from about 250 million now to 3.3 billion annually. And for SMEs, it could lead to an increase in turnover of 3.9 billion and create or maintain just under 10,000 jobs over 5 years. So I think there are a few ways that the Fair Banking Act could be of use or applicable in Northern Ireland. And of course, as we know, the credit union sector is different to that of Wales, Scotland and England. They're anchor institutions, and they're a sector that have a unique position, challenges and opportunities. And similarly, the picture around lending for social enterprises and SMEs differs too. So I think it would be sensible to assume that should we be successful in achieving commitment from Westminster for a Fair Banking Act or similar, thought would need to be given as to how it would operate appropriately in Northern Ireland. But I've probably said enough for now, so I'll finish up and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much, Sam. So I'm going to open it up members for questions. We'll go first of all to Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks very much, Sam, for joining us today. We really appreciate your input. I just wanted to ask, as you're talking about the Fair Banking for All, have you done any work around the issue of debanking of people due to their political or religious beliefs?
We haven't. It's on our radar, and when we first started developing the proposal around the Fair Banking Act, initially we thought that it should include an element around service levels. So whether that's access to cash, bank branch opening hours, bank branches themselves, accessibility. And you could argue debanking would come under that kind of remit, potentially. But we did a kind of review of the policy proposal at the start of last year. and took a step back from that service element. And the basis for that is that initiatives and policies around banking hubs and access to cash and so on should be given a chance to work first and be fully implemented first before they come under the remit of a Fair Banking Act. Otherwise, it's duplicating work that's ongoing. So in effect, we've kind of boxed that service aspect off, which is why I said in my kind of opening statement that for now it should focus on access to affordable credit, and that kind of affordable credit being kind of one of the knottiest problems to solve in terms of financial exclusion. And yeah, I guess the Fair Banking Act providing an umbrella for all the good work that's already going on in that regard, but that umbrella plus the push to move things forward. So that's a long answer to your question, but I guess I'd see the debanking aspect is coming in under service at a potential review point if needed.
No, thank you, because it is something that is raised with me as a matter of concern. It's affected me myself as a political representative, where a bank can just write to you and you just take a view on this without speaking to you. I just wanted to ask as well, you're talking about the availability of credit. Have you looked at the impact of loan sharks, especially on regionalisation?
Yes. Well, we've looked at the impact of loan sharks to the extent that it's really difficult to quantify and to get a really solid figure as to the number of people that are impacted by loan sharking kind of across the UK. Figures vary depending on the way that research is constructed, and the FCA's financial, I guess what I would say is that the FCA's Financial Lives survey, you may have seen that came out at the end of last week, that has that puts the number of folk who are impacted by loan sharking at maybe less than other research has found. But what the FCA has found is that the number of people impacted has increased over the last 3 years. So I think what we recognise kind of in the policy proposal is that it can be a complicated, it's not a straight path from being refused access to credit to then accessing a loan shark. I guess there are many twists and turns within that, but it is a problem that affects many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. And I understand that has a particular nuance in Northern Ireland. So I think that the proposal for a Fair Banking Act is looking at strengthening the role of credit unions and other kind of responsible alternative finance providers for them to be able to, I guess, leapfrog the illegal money lending sector. And the research that we did found that the increase in lending that credit unions and CDFIs would be able to achieve through the Fair Banking Act would more than match the size of the illegal money lending sector as it was at the time.
Thank you. And it's really difficult numbers to capture in statistics because people are often for their own community reasons not likely to come forward to say they were subject to this in terms of the illegal lending. But really, really important, as you say, just to make it clear to people what is legal lending, what's available out there, and to be able to have fair banking and inclusion of people in the right way. But thank you very much, Sam. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Gemma Dole.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Sam. You've mentioned the credit unions. Have you had much engagement with them, and have they given you any feedback on this?
So in terms of the campaign overall, ABCUL, so this Association of British Credit Unions, is a member of the campaign, as is Credit Unions UK, and but obviously we speak relatively often with the Irish League of Credit Unions. They come along to our campaign meetings, and we have had quite in-depth conversation with them about how the Fair Banking Act could apply in Northern Ireland, and perhaps the complexities that might arise for the credit union sector in Northern Ireland that might not be the same in England, Wales and Scotland. So I guess just kind of thinking about credit unions as, for want of a better term, beneficiaries of the Fair Banking Act. I think there are maybe kind of two or three ways in particular that would apply to the credit union sector in Northern Ireland. So, for example, mainstream institutions could partner with credit unions on supporting their integration of digital infrastructure. They could invest or support in terms of investment in credit union service organisations, and particularly important, as I understand it, for credit unions in Northern Ireland, kind of some work around adjusting what credit unions are charged for accessing bank services. So I guess what if we're looking at rating a banking institution on their performance in relation to access to credit, and looking at supporting credit unions and in the rest of the UK CDFIs, I think that adjusting what credit unions are charged for accessing bank services is kind of a key way that mainstream institutions could work in partnerships with credit unions in Northern Ireland. One of the other kind of discussion points that we come back to quite regularly with the Irish League is about the size of the credit union sector and individual credit unions in relation to the size of what would be obligated institutions under the Act. So I know there's some perhaps concern, wariness about how the Act would credit unions and credit unions in Northern Ireland actually come under the scope of obligated institutions. And I think because of their size relative to the rest of the sector in the UK, I think looking with the proposal is that the Act would categorise banking institutions by their asset size, large, medium or small. And from my understanding, if you're comparing kind of one of the larger credit unions in Northern Ireland with like the smallest building society in the UK, perhaps, which I understand is Penrith, I think even that smallest building society would still have larger assets than one of the larger credit unions in Northern Ireland. But I think, so I'm kind of getting into a bit of detailed discussions that we've been having so far, but I think the principle is that the emphasis would be and the greater number of obligations and expectations would be placed on those larger asset size institutions to support sectors like credit unions and CDFIs, so that the balance and the balance is tipped a bit, and there's more of a level playing field for credit unions, CDFIs, potentially regional mutual banks, if they ever get started across the UK, so that they are better able to meet the lending needs that they know are out there, but for various reasons, the various different barriers that apply to those different sectors, they can't quite meet that need just yet.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam.
Okay.
Sam, what do you think of the view that we are, in a sense, that a mutual bank is a less appropriate model for Northern Ireland, in part because we've got such a high take-up of credit unions? That's an argument we've heard.
I can't have a view on that.
You can't have a view on that?
I mean, I kind of reference regional mutual banks because I know that they are there have been several attempts to establish, as you'll know, regional mutual banks across the UK. And I know there's a live kind of discussion and effort on that in Northern Ireland. So I guess from the campaign's point of view, we look at the potential of regional mutual banks, particularly maybe in the SME lending side of things. And in terms of that wider mix of purpose-driven, kind of ethical banking institutions across the UK, and should we be scaling that ecosystem up? Yeah. Yes, we should, because it's been proven elsewhere, for example, in Germany, Switzerland, that having a more diverse banking system not only meets more people's needs, but it, in times of economic stress such as recession and so on, having a more diverse banking system leads to a more resilient economy. So that again is a long answer to your question, but what I'm trying to say is that we kind of consider the potential of regional mutual banks in that larger picture, but I wouldn't feel confident or knowledgeable enough to make a call on that in terms of how it relates to Northern Ireland.
Okay, that's helpful. And but would you say that, you know, and you mentioned obviously there was a specific context here, and the very high relative to certainly GB Britain is the one thing that's distinct is the very high cut through presence of credit unions. Does that mean that in one particular part of provision we're ahead of across the water, to use that term, or GB, in terms of financial inclusion because of the greater presence of credit unions, or is that a simplistic way of looking at it?
Well, from what I have read and what I understand, I feel like there could be, it depends on who you're talking to, so I feel like there could be a perception, couldn't there, that the credit union sector in Northern Ireland is so strong, prolific, they're anchor institutions, and that you know, awareness of credit unions in Northern Ireland is much greater than it is in the rest of the UK, therefore they're fine, on you go, crack on, financial inclusion solved. But then, you know, as I also understand it, there's a persistent issue around illegal money lending. There are a whole load of other financial exclusion issues that my understanding is that the credit union sector in Northern Ireland is just itself having to battle the wider financial exclusion issues that are impacting, such as bank branch closures, access to cash, and so on. So in a sense, they are themselves subject to experiencing financial exclusion, and that will impact on their members. So so I think there are a number of ways to look at it, and I'm also aware that you know, credit unions in Northern Ireland have received much less financial grant support from government and other initiatives than Wales, Scotland and England. And again, that will impact on what they want to do and what they know needs doing to be able to meet the needs of their members and their wider communities.
Okay, and then on the financial inclusion task force work that's happening out of the UK government, are you how much involvement have you had in that, or would you like more involvement? I'm presuming more.
Well, yes. I mean, more involvement is always welcome. So there are a couple of members of the Fair Banking for All campaign that sit on the Access to Credit subcommittee. So Responsible Finance and ABCOL. So I guess we have. The campaign has representation from that point of view. We have asked to meet with that Access to Credit subcommittee and heard earlier this week that we will be able to do that. So that is really good news. Yes, and we understand that the proposal for a Fair Banking Act is being put forward to that subcommittee as part of a wider number of proposals and so on, but obviously both all the subcommittees and the overall committee you know, feature a number of organisations that would be impacted by a Fair Banking Act in different ways.
You're not, in terms of whether there is a Fair Banking Act becomes a recommendation of that committee, you don't have a sense yet that it will?
It's really hard, as you can imagine, with any campaign to take an accurate sense of the political temperature and how a policy is being received. So our understanding and what we hear is that it has, across Westminster, there is good knowledge of the proposal. There is support from the Cooperative Party. We understand that the position of the Lib Dems is supportive, and it helped that there was a documentary back in March that raised the issue of affordable credit with a particularly Welsh focus, and the Fair Banking Act was a key proposal in that documentary. But I would say sometimes it feels like the door is open and we just have to push a bit more, and sometimes it feels like there are many more barriers that we need to cross to be able to get this through.
Okay, that's useful. Okay, no further members have indicated they wish to ask a question. Sam, so thank you very much. That's been useful. Thank you. We'll release you now. Thank you for zooming in from North Wales, and I hope it's sunny there. Okay,
it is.
It's always sunny in North Wales. Okay, we'll have to visit. That's great. Very good. Okay, thank you very much, members.
Okay.
That, if members are content, obviously we will include the Hansard report on Sam's evidence will be included in our evidence base, and we'll use that for the production of our final report. Thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
So,
bye.
Members, I don't think we have any specific follow-up actions from that other than...
We've got our hands on the FCA Financial Live survey that Sam mentioned, and that'll be in next week's pack for the FCA briefing. And anything else we pick up on, we'll put in there as well. Sure.
Okay. So, members, at page 576 of the meeting pack, the Association for British Insurers has provided clarification to a committee member here, Gemma Dolan, following a query raised during the oral evidence session in relation to penalty points and motoring convictions. I think that's useful that we were able to get that. So thank you to Gemma for sharing that. So members, that's to note that response and add that to the evidence base for the committee and the committee web pages. Okay, members, page 577 of the meeting pack, Danske Bank has provided further information in relation to its oral evidence base, to the oral evidence it gave us on the 9th of April, with information on its ethical focus, cross-border banking, charitable support and risk. That's to note that response. Page 579 is the Hansard transcript of the evidence session we had with the Association of British Insurers here a fortnight ago. So that's to note, members, that will be added to the committee inquiry in due course, the website. Okay, now, the next agenda item is the oral briefing on the Interim Fiscal Framework. So, we'll have to have a discussion about going into closed session as well. So, members, on page 3 of the tabled pack, there's a clerk's cover note, a briefing paper from the Department of Finance at page 8 of the tabled pack, other relevant papers, including terms of reference, 5-year departmental plans, guidance, copies of the budget improvement plan are all page 591 of the original meeting pack, and there are other relevant papers there. The clerk highlighted to members yesterday the department has asked us to treat the Holtham report, i.e. the report that was sent to us, in confidence, so details of it should not be mentioned in open session, in part because they're in live discussions with the Treasury. So officials have asked that the committee discusses the report in closed session, as is the case with documents that have been provided in confidence. Now, I would say, first of all, for the point of clarity, I think it's always important to assert transparency when you can. Having said that, where there is a live policy discussion going on, and we are given information in confidence, albeit I don't think we were told in the very first instance that these were shared in confidence right back at the start, but I am minded to respect the request, have a discussion in closed session, or have our briefing in closed session, and we can then at any point return to open session if we feel there are broad principled evidence points that we want to. What I might suggest first is, if it's in order, is if we can ask the officials to tell us, without going into any of the details, where they are and what they're expecting in process terms, without going into any of the numerical details of the report, and then we'll go into closed session. If members are content with that?
Sure, to clarify, that's the clarify why we're going to closed session?
They can clarify why we're going into closed. I think that's important. They do that for the record, and so the public who are watching can see that there is that why they have asked us going to closed session. And it's important to say that the information that we will talk about in closed session will be open in open session at some point in the not too distant future, I would hope. Steve, so this information is not closed or in confidence forever. Steve Aiken, who's come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick one, and I think you just touched on it there. I was just listening there. We need to understand what the timeline's likely to be, because I think this is, I put out the note, I think it was on when we're listening to the budget debate on Monday, and it was very appreciative of the Minister to send those papers out before the end of the debate, and I thought it was very useful, and I thank the Minister for being so proactive to do that. But I think it's very important for all MLAs to understand where this vital piece of information and how it's been articulated is. So I'd just like to understand what the timelines are and how quickly it's likely to be that we could get it out to sort of the other groups.
I think that's what we'll ask at the start of this.
If you do that, Chair, I'll be more than happy.
In open session, and then we'll go into closed session. So the purpose of it being an open session is not to reveal the information that's in the briefing we've had. It's simply to get some of the on the record points about the process.
And Chair, there's a number of other issues listed for this session that will obviously be an open session around the fiscal framework and so on. So just to be clear on that, it's the report that's the specific issue.
Indeed. Okay, yeah, that's true. No, there's a question of whether we go into closed session at the end then and do everything else first, which might be more practical rather than...
We're kind of comfortable either way, Chair. It might be useful just to get officials to indicate what their preference is.
Okay, shall we ask the officials in? Thanks, Heather. No.
This is where it gets interesting, Chair.
Well, in part because if there are specific numerical things, it's better to stay stum about them until the very end, possibly, than go into closed session and then have to remember what you're not supposed to say in open session. Okay, we'll discuss it. Okay, so members, we have with us Tony Simpson, who's Deputy Secretary of Strategic Policy and Reform, Aidan McMahon, who is Director of Fiscal Policy Division, and Marianne Smith, who is from Central Expenditure Division.
We're still open.
We are still in open session. Yes, we're still in open session. So just to be clear, just so you're aware, we have agreed that when we go in to discuss the detail of what you've sent us in terms of the Holtham report, that we can do that in closed session. But before that, obviously there are other issues that are not specific to the particulars of that. So I don't think we need to have the whole of this evidence session, closed session, but we do respect the request and we're happy to facilitate it at this point. Just first of all, I suppose we'd ask for the record, just for the purpose of the record, Tony, a report has been provided to you by Professor Holtham, yes, which you have sent on to the UK government, and that you are, I suppose, content with, that he has fulfilled his terms of reference.
Yep.
Could you just explain to us, first of all, what the process is that is currently happening and what the timeline is for it concluding?
Okay, so...
And to say, leave out anything you do want to be an open session, because we're still in open session.
Okay, so the Interim Fiscal Framework, as you know, included a needs-based factor, and it also included a commitment that if the executive provided multiple credible sources of evidence, that needs factor, which is currently based on the Fiscal Council's work of 124, was higher, that the UK government would review that. So we have been working engaged experts, including Professor Holtham, and his work has been the central pillar of our work in that regard. So as of Monday, the Finance Minister sent that to the UK government. We had signalled before in earlier in April, I think the 10th of April, that the Finance Minister in writing to the CST had said that Professor Holtham's work was ongoing, that it was expected that it was going to signal a higher level of need would be required.
And when did that? When was that? When did the letter go say?
That was early April. I think it was 10th of April.
Fine,
10th of April. So we have signalled, and we have been engaging with Treasury throughout the process. So they have been aware that we have been doing that piece of work. So I suppose the view was always we wanted to get that to Treasury ahead of them concluding the June spending review. So as I say, the Minister has sent that, and we are engaging with Treasury officials on that.
You're engaging with Treasury officials on that, but without a specific, so without going into the detail of what his estimate is, that you've asked that, and yeah. Are you engaging with them on the basis of that it will come to a conclusion, and they've told you that there will be a conclusion, one way or the other, by the CSR on the 11th of June?
No, so they haven't been specific. So we have asked that you know the findings of Professor Holtham's work should be factored into the outcome of the spending review in June. But as I say, those discussions are ongoing, so we can't preempt.
They haven't actually confirmed that they have even accepted the idea. So what they said was last January you go away and get independent evidence, or not last January, last spring when the interim framework was signed. They then engaged Jerry Holtham.
Yeah.
His evidence has been produced over the last number of months. He's gone away and looked at it. He's now done this work, which has been forwarded to both Secretary of State and the Treasury, but they haven't. Have they acknowledged receipt, I suppose, first of all?
Well, yes. Well, we've been speaking with Treasury officials, so
Yes.
they have got it. We know that it is in their inbox, and they are considering it at this point in time.
Okay, but they haven't confirmed that. Have they confirmed? This is, I guess, sounds quite Jesuitical. Have they confirmed that it's being considered?
Well, they are reviewing the report.
They are reviewing,
yes,
okay.
the Treasury officials.
I suppose
are
two
reviewing
questions.
the report.
One, have they actually agreed to review? And then, but two, they haven't given any confirmation that it will be factored into the CSR outcome.
No, so that will be the subject of discussions in the time ahead.
Okay, so that's that. Now, could you, just for the purpose of the record, and we've agreed to do to respect the confidence with which the information was shared, and we appreciate that it was shared to the committee during the week, and the confidence has been respected thus far. Can you indicate why your preference is that the specifics remain in closed session?
Well, just given so it's a very sensitive time, sensitive discussions that we're going to have with the UK government that we will have implications for their spending review and the Northern Ireland settlement from that. So while we work through that, while they consider some of the technical issues and the outcome of Professor Hotham's report, we thought that it was best to do that, provide some time to do that without kind of publishing the report and then having to respond to kind of public commentary on that.
Absolutely, and I think that's fair enough. And I think there's a reasonable case to imagine if there's a live policy discussion. I get that. Just to ask though, it's only a policy discussion in that, so to the extent that they said provide us independent evidence, you have provided the independent evidence, they have acknowledged receipt, and they've said kind of we'll look at it, but they're not necessarily in a live negotiation with you from their perspective. We don't know that they think it's a negotiation, do we?
Well, the fiscal framework committed them to consider multiple credible forms of evidence, and our position is that we have provided them with that, and we would expect them to consider that. We'd be engaging with them on that basis.
Okay. Do any members have any questions about the process before we go into closed session? We'll go to Deputy Chair and then Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming. Tony, you mentioned there that there was a requirement for multiple credible sources to put forward views that are different to what the needs assessment would be. How many?
Professor Hotham is drawn on, so we view that as a central pillar of our work. Professor Hotham is drawn on a number of other sources which we can discuss that are reflected in his report.
Yeah, no, just wanted to check, we're not getting ruled out on a technicality from the UK government who are requiring multiple sources, and you've only...
No, the position of the Minister in writing to the CST is he believes that condition is satisfied.
Okay, well, that's great, thank you.
Okay, Jerry.
Thanks. Yeah, Chair, I'm a bit unsure why. I know there's a question of a percentage that I'm not going to mention now.
Yeah.
So I don't see why we can't leave that aside and have this session in public, because there's questions of a general nature that people want to ask, and
that,
can hopefully
just to say clear, that is the plan. Yeah.
And Tony could hopefully answer what he can answer. So I just don't know why we need to go into a private session apart from that percentage issue, that we can talk about everything else but that. So I don't know whether I'm comfortable with it.
That is the plan, and I think provinces have been shared that my general bias is in favour of openness. Yep. So I'd rather we weren't doing anything at all ever in closed session, but there's a specific request around, I suppose, the live number that's been provided, and the questions that might arise from that would be, I presume, what has gone in to creating that number and interrogating that, and that's members are entitled to that closed session. I should say the number that is in there is not going to remain closed forever, so it will become at some point fairly soon. It'll become known.
I appreciate that, Chair, and just sorry to cut across you, but I'm just saying, I don't see the rationale of why come have a public session without talking about the number.
We are.
We're
in open session now.
I know that, but
and we're going to go back into open session after.
To go into closed session, so we don't get the rationale.
That's it, because there's other stuff to do with the fiscal framework that we need to discuss, and I have lots of questions on it, and I'm sure others do. We'll probably relatively briefly go into closed session then, if members are content, and you can give us a briefing on the specific advice you've had from Jerry Holtham, and then we'll go back into open session. But as I say, I want to limit the bit that's in closed session very narrowly to the numerical analysis and specific questions arising out of it, and then everything else will be an open session. We'll go into closed session if that's okay, Heather.
Okay, happy enough. So, Stephen, if you want to go into closed session, just pause until we get cameras off, Chair.
Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. Signed. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. Signed. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound.
Discussed some of the specifics around the calculation. Everything else is within the bounds of discussion in open session. Okay.
Very slow, Jerry. We're still. There we go.
Great. Okay, now hopefully people whoever was watching before is still watching. We had a useful, and that may have been a small number of people. We have a discussion with the departmental officials on the fiscal framework. We had a useful briefing in closed session about where they are with the updated estimate of need they have received from Professor Holton, which has been shared with the UK government. We have agreed that for the time being, the specific numerical information that we have and some of the assumptions and detailed decisions or inputs that Professor Holton has chosen will remain in closed session, because there is, if not a live negotiation, a hope of an outcome. So that's fair enough. We've agreed that at some point, obviously, the committee and others will reserve the right to talk about that, to talk about some of what we've heard publicly. Hopefully certainly after the 11th of June. But there's a broader evidence session which we're taking about the fiscal framework, which includes a whole remit. So it would be helpful if one of you wants to give us an update on where we are out with all some of the specific stuff that we talked about. It's a little bit like it's a bit like the kind of someone who started watching a soap opera. If you try to explain somewhat to someone who started watching Emmerdale on whatever the date we were restored, the 3rd of February 2024, exactly what's happened with the different plot lines, and that may or may not be deliberate. I have to say, I chair this committee, and I sometimes lose track of budget sustainability, budget improvement. We've now got strategic income review. So, out with, leaving aside Professor Holtham and the detail of that, give us a kind of view about where all this process is, drawing together going from executive restoration through the various strands of budget sustainability work.
Okay, so just a kind of a very brief kind of canter over. So setting aside the needs work, there were a number of kind of other aspects of the Interim Fiscal Framework. So one that's related to the work on need is the methodology for calculating our relative funding per head. And this is a critical aspect of it, because it determines the funding that we're due to believe and we're due to receive, and whether or not that's above or below a defined level of need. With the defined level of need being 124, and whether or not then, based on the current iteration of the Interim Fiscal Framework, whether that 124 factor is applied if we're below need, or whether the lower transitional rate of 105% is applied. So we've been engaging with Treasury officials since last autumn to produce a relative funding methodology that could be agreed at ministerial level. We've made progress on that, and there's a number of outstanding issues. One of those is related to the treatment of agriculture. So Treasury's position was that that should be included in the relative funding per head, and is as per the Fiscal Council's work, it's not included in that. So Sir Robert Choate, in his evidence to the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, said that in his view it should either be included on both sides of the equation or on neither. Yeah. So there's some discussions are ongoing on that. There's a number of other technical aspects of that, around how rates are treated or other aspects of ring fence funding are treated. So that's one big stream of work that's going ahead that we've yet to conclude. The Interim Fiscal Framework also included a commitment that we would publish a budget sustainability plan, which was published in October last year. And in relation to the 113 million income target, I understand while we're locking down the kind of final outturn figures for last year, it's anticipated that we're on target to meet that, we're on track to meet that target by the end of 25-26. there was also aspects.
Right, go back, you're on track to meet which target by 25, 26?
The 113 of additional revenue.
Yes, okay, from the budget sustainability plan, yeah.
The Interim Fiscal Framework also referred to the use of the Transformation Fund. So as I'm sure the committee will be aware, that the Finance Minister announced in March that the 129 million of that would be awarded the 6 transformation projects.
Just for the record again, the 113 million revenue raising was, you were obliged to raise that in order to secure the writing off of the reserve claim, which had happened during collapse.
And it was agreed that we could do that we could meet over 2 years to meet that target. So the latest indicative figure work that we've seen, although we're locking that down, would suggest that we're on track to do that. In terms of transformation, as I've said, the Minister had announced the funding, the 129 million of funding that was awarded the 6 transformation projects, so that leaves us 102.5 million, as I understand it, funding to be allocated. There's a digital maturity assessment that is ongoing at the moment under being led by the Public Sector Transformation Board, and that work we expect to conclude before the summer. So in terms of the allocation of that 102.5 million, we expect that to be allocated by way of the outcome of that digital maturity assessment. And just for a bit of background, the board's view that it would be better, rather than looking at digital or transformation projects of a digital nature in isolation, taking a more holistic landscape review of how we fund digital transformation. So it's envisaged that 102 million will be allocated through funding of digital transformation projects when we get the outcome of that assessment, and the second call for broader transformation projects, which the Minister has indicated he expects that we will be making before the summer also. So there are the other key elements of the work in the Interim Fiscal Framework.
You didn't mention fiscal devolution. Is there a plan for fiscal devolution?
Well, I think, as the Minister said, so our focus, and maybe is on these funding related aspects. Once we get over this hurdle, because this is the very immediate pressure to lock down some of these very important funding issues, the Minister's on record as saying that he does want to turn his attention to fiscal devolution. So I fully expect that he will be looking to us as officials to provide him advice as to how he may take forward the consideration of that.
On the funding bits that are locked down, just to be clear, the bits that are the core thing is obviously getting a comprehensive spending review settlement, which there is an ongoing conversation about how Professor Holtham's additional work, notwithstanding the fact that we're not mentioning the specific numbers, will feed into, which you've briefed us on. There is the 113 million of revenue raising over 2 years. There is which is unlocked, which is written off a reserve claim of about £500 million, but I can't remember exactly if I'm right.
159.
500, yep. Then there's of the 200 odds, about 230 million of transformation funding. Just over half has been allocated by the interim Public Sector Transformation Board. It's now final. It's now no longer interim. It's now an actual public sector, or is it still interim, the Public Sector Transformation Board?
Not yet. So
it's still interim.
It's still interim, although the Minister is keen to finalise the terms of reference and the membership for the board very soon.
Is there a date for when we think we might have that? Is that
in the coming weeks?
In the coming weeks, will be the intention.
Because that could be many. That could be one or infinite. But anyway, so that still has to award 102 million of transformative projects. Now that 102, does that have to be awarded in this financial year, or could it be just at some point?
No, so that's over that fund is over 5 years. So that's the allocate funding over 5 years.
Yeah, so that could be. It doesn't have to be allocated.
Doesn't need to be spent, so it'll depend on the nature. So obviously what we've seen even through the process to date is that departments will put in proposals and then put in a spending trajectory over the 5 years of the fund to show where they want that spend.
Does that 102 have to be? Does that have to be articulated somewhere in this budget, or is it just like a centrally held amount that can be?
The amount of money, I don't have the figure to hand. Marianne may have it. For this year, is included in the budget.
Yeah, that's the amount but that's for things that have already been funded. That's the thing. Is that for the amount that's in for this year? Is for the projects that are going to draw down the money this year that have already been awarded it under the 129?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just to go back to the budget sustainability plan, we talked a bit about this. There was a lot of talk last year whenever the executive was restored about how much of a burden the revenue raising was going to be and how kind of onerous it was going to be, and not to trivialise it. But I don't think most people looking at the budget sustainability plan would see, notwithstanding the fact that rates did increase above inflation, that's obviously the main area of locally raised revenue. Lots of the things were things that I think didn't actually require ministerial decisions, let alone significant. So I think I'm right in saying that things like an ordnance, increasing the cost of ordnance survey maps for whoever buys them, developers or estate agents, that doesn't require a minister to decide on that, does it?
Have you any side on that, Mary?
I haven't, unfortunately.
No.
That's it.
Then, AFB charges, so if you're presumably, and I don't know, if, apologies, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I presume agri-food businesses pay for AFB testing. Those went up with inflation. I presume that, again, doesn't need a specific, I presume that just happens.
To me, that would be for each minister and each department, depending on, with legislation, etc.
I suppose the point I'm making is they're not. If one was being cynical, I'm not cynical, obviously, but then one would say they're not really. Wasn't really a particularly onerous exercise in revenue raising, which might beg the question about seriousness around fiscal devolution going forward. So I suppose you just said to me, Tony, that that fiscal devolution, effectively that you thought the minister, based on what he'd said, was going to turn his attention to fiscal devolution post CSR, so in about a month's time, once the comprehensive spending reviews are out of the way. Have there been any briefings or any meetings in this mandate to the Minister on fiscal devolution or the Fiscal Commission's work?
There haven't been any direct briefings, so obviously when the Minister came into office, we will have introductory briefing sessions with the Minister where I give the Minister an overview of what is within my remit and would have briefed him on that, that lies within my area of responsibility in terms of providing advice and making him aware of the fact that not that he would need made aware, but that the Fiscal Commission reported in 2022. But he's been very clear in discussions with me and publicly that it is something, once we get over this significant piece of work, that he does want to turn his attention to.
And he talked about, he mentioned to this committee a couple of weeks ago that he was interested in looking at income tax being a specific power that he thought could be devolved. Is there specific work going on in the department on that?
No, so the last piece of work done on this was by the Fiscal Commission, so that's our very solid evidence base, which I see you have in front of you. Yeah. So we will provide advice to the Minister on those recommendations and the advice from the Fiscal Commission, and obviously then there will be choices for the Minister, for the Executive to take as to how they may want to act on the recommendations of the Fiscal Council and what particular approach they might wish to take or consider in relation to fiscal devolution. And then obviously post any agreement of that by the Executive, then there would be an engagement required with the UK government.
There's no executive agreement yet on any specific approach to fiscal devolution. But the UK government have they indicated that fiscal devolution is part of the fiscal framework discussions?
Well, there are principles included in the current fiscal framework. It sets out the principles for further fiscal devolution.
Okay, that's fine. That's helpful. Members, no other members have indicated that they wish to ask a question at this point. So one, I guess, final question from me is around: is your team, Tony, leading on, or will it be leading on? Certainly, you might not be drafting the bill, the Fiscal Council bill.
Yes.
When are we going to see it?
The hope is that we're working for, that's currently in this year's legislative programme, so we're hoping to introduce.
But it was in last year's legislative programme first.
Yeah, we hope that we're in a position to seek executive agreement to that before the recess, with the bill to be introduced before that.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't notice that there were a few clauses to that. What you just gave me there, you said you hope to be in a position to put it to the executive for agreement before the summer recess. Does that mean that this committee will see it before the summer recess?
I'm not sure on the precise timetable for that, but if we get it introduced, it will depend on when we can get some assembly time.
Is it drafted at the minute? Is there a draft bill?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's good. That's good news. Philip Brett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your evidence. I just wanted to check. So, has the terms of reference hasn't been completed then for the final Public Sector Transformation Board?
So there's been some discussions going on. We have a terms of reference which we've had discussions with the NIO. The final terms of reference will need to reflect. I think the Minister indicated that he wants to include additional members. So that needs to be confirmed by the Minister to finalise the terms of reference. And then the Minister's indicated he wants to very quickly do that and agree those with the Secretary of State.
And has the Minister decided how many additional appointees he wants?
We haven't confirmed that yet, but the indication is there's a couple of areas of expertise, so it would lead us to perhaps 2.
Okay. And then once the terms of reference, including the Minister's ability to appoint additional members, is finalised by him, that will then go to the Executive for approval?
The Minister's indicated that he would like, or the Minister's view is that he would like to keep the Executive appraised of where we're going with this. So yes, the intention is that he is going to bring it to the Executive.
For approval or for discussion?
We have yet to agree. Well, we've yet to agree the executive paper with the Minister for that, but that will happen imminently.
Okay, so there will be, just to summarise, once the terms of reference are agreed within the department, or you're satisfied with them, they will then be brought to the executive for agreement. Is that right?
Well, when the Minister is going to table them at the Executive, we have advice that the Minister does not require executive agreement to that. Okay. But obviously, given the interest and the significance of the work of the Public Transformation Board, he wants to keep the Executive appraised of that.
Do you want to come in again?
We gave you that advice.
We have our own internal DSO.
DSO advice stated that the final terms of reference.
Appointments to the board. So the appointments to the board, because these are advisors to the Finance Minister. He had previously gone to the Executive with to seek agreement on the overall approach to the Public Sector Transformation Board. The shape that we have of the expectation we have around the terms of reference for the final board are largely in keeping with what was previously agreed with the Executive. So where we're looking at now is largely the change is likely moving those from an interim basis to a final basis, and the reflecting additional members, which we have advice that it's within the Minister's gift to appoint those additional members. But as I say, he wants to keep the Executive appraised of that, and it's his intention to bring a paper to the Executive.
And those final terms of reference will be brought for approval, that's correct?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, it will be brought, whether it's for discussion or approval, is decided. Yes.
What was the DSO advice on that?
Well, we were getting the advice on is it within the Minister's gift to appoint those members? That's in line with previous advice that we've got when Dr. Archibald was the Minister, as to did these need to be agreed by the Executive or such. So.
You haven't sought DSO advice as to whether the final terms of reference need to be agreed by the Executive?
No, the focus has been, unless you want to correct me, the focus has been around the appointment of the members. Okay. But it has to be agreed, obviously, where he's going to agree those with the Secretary of State.
No problem.
Just on the on that Public Sector Transformation Board, it is a slightly strange situation where we still have an interim board and no terms of reference when more than half of the total amount of the actual fund has been allocated. It just seems a bit bizarre to be in a situation where about 60% or whatever, between 50 and 60% of the transformation fund was what, 230, 220?
235.
235. And 120, nearly 130 of that has been funded. So we're basically at a stage where sort of about 60%, whatever it is, more than half of the overall fund has been allocated by an interim board without terms of reference.
Well, obviously the interim board had an interim terms of reference that were agreed with the UK government and the Executive. So while it's taken a bit of time, obviously, to turn that into a final board and a final terms of reference, there have been an interim terms of reference that were agreed.
This might seem like an asinine question, but lots of mine are. Why has it taken so long? Just to read somewhere, why has it taken so long? What is the actual hold-up? It just seems strange.
I think the previous Minister, Tony, alluded to, wanted to move really quickly because there was potential threat to whether we would get full access to that money unless action was taken very quickly. So the previous Minister, Minister Archibald, wanted to move really quickly to make sure things were moving and things were put in train, a board was put in place, etc. So, but obviously it takes a number of, particularly dealing with the UK government, to get agreement on the terms of reference before we can make full progress. So
okay.
It's not just relying with the Department of Finance.
Just specifically in relation to, and I suppose it touches on, it was definitely part of should be part of the fiscal framework strand of work and budget sustainability more generally is, now I know part of the restoration package was an increase in RRI headroom of about, was it 20 million? Are there any other conversations about that as part of a look at fiscal power, so like either further increasing RRI or other forms of borrowing power or debt issuance? Thinking about, for example, finding some kind of way to, invest in NI water. That might be one of the things that you would look to if you're not going to do straightforward domestic water charges and you're not going to be able to ring fence an amount for a set period of time. In terms of the capital budget, one other option might be, other ways of some kind of debt financing or hypothecated borrowing. So leave aside whether it's specifically water, is that something that you're looking at kind of other as an additional fiscal power or potential additional fiscal power?
Well, once we move to, and the colleagues can kind of come in with any specifics, but once we move to look at additional fiscal powers, it's been widely accepted that if you're going to take on additional fiscal responsibilities, you will need a wider set of budgetary management tools rather than, relying on a relatively stable block grant. You're then significant, depending on the scale of those powers that you take, will be determined by what could be the varying degrees volatile tax income streams. So it's reflected in the Fiscal Commission's work that you would need to look at budgetary management tools just to be able to manage the finances on an annual basis. So it would absolutely be part of that. I'm not sure if there's any other.
The only thing would be, the only other thing would be around affordability. That any additional powers, obviously, anything would have to be affordable.
Okay. One, I suppose on funding, I've asked this question again on the transformation funding. Given there are very specific areas where we know there's a need to transform the service, health being the most obvious one, for example, water, but that would be probably capital rather than resource spending. And does the transformation funding, can it be either CDEL or RDEL? It can be either. Was there thought given to just saying, look, ultimately, because if you look at that, the way it's been allocated, a lot of it will look like what happens here a lot of the time, which is, or is allegedly happens, money's kind of divvied out and not necessarily prioritised strategically or as prioritised as it should be. Was there any thought given to just say, look, let's just put all of this or the vast majority of this into, for the sake of argument, the health department, or for the sake of argument, wastewater infrastructure, rather than a few million for one digital project here, another few million for one digital project there, because there's questions about how genuinely transformative that would be in terms of by spreading it out. So, any thought given to that?
Well, the position that was taken to the executive set out, how the fund would be allocated. You could say, right, we one approach could well be previously that you could put it all into, say, health spend, but there's vast areas of public services that are in need of transformation. There was an approach decided to take, let's fund a number of large projects. And there are significant investment in transformation in the likes of health and in the likes of education, but also giving the ability to fund some of those smaller projects, largely on a pilot basis, where you can test new approaches and see if they work, and potentially they could be scaled up. If you were to go for one, put all your money into one area, well then you're preventing yourself from being able to test some of those new approaches in other areas, and ignoring the fact that there may be other opportunities for transformation across broader public services.
Okay. Okay. No further members have indicated that they wish to ask questions. I look forward to hearing more about whenever we get Holtham. We will probably drag you back after the CSR, hopefully before the summer, but we'll see if that works. To talk about the CSR, I think we will want to try and get a briefing on the outcome of the CSR in the committee. But thank you for now, for your time. Thanks everyone.
Thanks, Rich.
Right. Okay. Okay. Reactions on that. Thank you. Are there any actions specifically? No, nothing in particular. Okay. I don't think we have any specific actions. We're obviously keeping an eye on the various work strands that are going on, and we're going to have a spending review on the 11th of June. Obviously, just to repeat the point that, for members' benefit, there is a legitimate request that that we respect the in confidence nature of the specific advice, which is not published yet, from Professor Holton. But I would hope, and I suppose one question to ask is just that we confirm with the department that Professor Holton's report, whatever the outcome of the comprehensive spending review, and I think we'd all hope that there's the most ambitious settlement possible, whatever the outcome, that report will be published, because I think for publics, I don't think we could receive it and then pretend that we hadn't seen it forever and a day. Okay, if you're happy enough, we will move on, and all we have left to do is talk about the draft forward work programme, which is at page 673. The clerk's going to briefly touch on it.
So, Chair, members had already agreed again to meet early next week, and again, members, thank you for your patience. Because of that, we need to meet in room 21, so we'll put out highlights and warnings about that. Just a few things ahead. Obviously, next week there is another briefing on main estimates, budget number 2 bill. Committee will have to think in terms of the Minister's request about accelerated passage for budget number 2. That'll kind of be the last official meeting, if you like, that can be discussed and make a decision on, because the bill will be introduced. That's next week, the 28th. The bill will be introduced in the week after. Also on the 4th of June, we're looking to have briefing from the Examiner of Statutory Rules around the delegated powers within the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill. That's with specific reference to the SR that would bring forward the Baby Loss Certificate Scheme, which members will recall has been set currently at draft affirmative. The ESR will comment on that. Also, we're hoping on the same day, the 4th of June, to have oral evidence with a bereaved parent representative group on aspects of the bill as well. In terms of the 4th of June, we are going to try and look at some informal meetings. Currently, we have 3 informal meetings on our to-do list. Those are Hospitality, Ulster, Retail and I, and meeting with the Departmental Finance Directors and Joanne McBurney as Head of Finance Profession.
And what date is that?
Potentially we're going to look to see if we can organise one of those on the 4th of June. We'll tick-tack on that because it'll be down to availability of officials and so on. Then 11th of June, just to flag up, we're looking at the outside visit to Studio Ulster, where we're picking up there on spend in the City and Growth deals. This is the first financial year where there's significant drawdown on the growth deals, and it's really a case of getting a better feeling for what exactly that looks like. That's the 11th of June, that following week. And then we have our banking inquiry survey is still running. We'll kind of run that to a point where we think we're not going to run it anymore. Our call for evidence went out Monday a week ago. We have
30 responses at the moment.
30 responses to that at the minute, mostly, I think, entirely individuals.
Yes.
So we're looking at those now. They mostly reference personal experience, as members had sort of expected. So we'll go through those. That remains open until the 9th of June. So again, we bring it up.
Could I make just one suggestion? That one, obviously, if members, and I have to take up as an action myself, can use their own, if they're willing to, use their own social media channels to promote. Obviously, it's not a party political thing, but I think it's important. And I don't know if there's it's straightforward to provide a template email that we could send to, for example, people who have contacts with local chambers of commerce and even social enterprises, or people can make their own decisions about who they contact in their constituency. But I don't know if there's a template email that the team could,
for the bill.
Well, no, for us on the consultation, on our call for evidence.
What we do is the call for evidence is effectively a survey on citizen space. So in terms of that, even if you just direct people to that link, it's if you look at our web, we have on the committee's web pages on the website, we have a direct link to all aspects of the inquiry, including that citizen space call for evidence. It's probably easier to direct people there physically. We also have a link to our banking inquiry survey from the banking inquiry survey pages on the committee's web pages. That's probably easier than anything other than that. It directs people right there.
Yeah.
There is.
I was more just talking about a template email that we could send to stakeholders but we can talk about it if it's not. We don't need to talk about it in committee. Okay, but if members are willing to share, that would be good.
Much everything.
Okay. And I do think if we have an opportunity to have some kind of evidence from the CSR post 11th of June, that's going to be really important bit of work for us to do for the summer. Okay. Jerry, do you want to come in and forward work?
Yeah, Chair, there was talk a while ago of an Estonia trip, so
yes.
I mean, with the greatest respect to the place, I don't know why the committee needs to go, and I don't know sort of what the cost would be of the committee. So I maybe missed that discussion at the committee, so I don't know what the rationale.
Well, there
is.
isn't at this point. It was on a potential future. It wasn't. There's no live active proposal. So as and when it comes back, you can give your views.
I just think there's issues. I mean, you've read yourself obviously about ministerial spending, first class 5-star hotels, and a lot of sympathy with that. But I don't know if there's a rationale for going to. Sort of trips abroad. I don't know how it can be justified in a general sense, but if there's a proposal around that, I think it needs to be looked at and with cognizance in mind.
Well, it's something that's been generally talked about.
It came out of the previous Finance Committee's legacy report. The aspect of particular interest was e-governance. The Scottish Finance and Public Administration Committee have been to, just when they went in June, I think June or July last year. And I think the chair of that committee fed back during the Interparliamentary Finance Committee Forum session how useful they'd found it in terms of the work that Estonia has done on e-governance and the amount of money that is saved. That was the basic premise, and it was mooted for September. It's been put on ice because of the work we're doing around the bills and the other bills to come. So it's in the background. But we haven't
that's fair enough. I appreciate the clarity. I just think, I mean, a lot of the stuff I'm sure could be done sort of virtually with teams and stuff. So I would just have issues, Chair, generally kind of signing up to that, given the kind of.
Well, if we have a formal proposal at some point, which we don't at the minute, we can discuss it then. But point is duly noted. Okay, members, we'll now go on to any other business.
So we need to get agreement.
Oh, yes, we get agreement that we'll publish the forward work programme.
Thank you.
And then we'll go on to any other business. I have no business. I don't think anybody else does. Okay. Folks, the date, time, place of the next meeting is 1 p.m. in room 21. And the committee is now adjourned. The committee is now adjourned.
Stephen, go ahead.
Okay, I've got to rush off.
Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. signed, Senate Chamber, 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 signed, Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. Signed. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound.